Rebuild World Chapter 123, Shikarabe's Request. Elena's team started exploring the interior of the Saranthal building. They started from the first floor and slowly climbed up, relying on the map data they got from Carol. Inside the rooms and hallways, there were metal wreckages that might have been what was left of mechanical monsters. There were also bloodstains that might have been left by hunters. The bullet holes and scorch marks scattered around the area seemed to be recent. All of these showed just how fierce was the battle that happened in the building. But even so, Elena and her team did not encounter any enemies at all. When they reached the 5th floor, they found a room with a half-destroyed door. There were scorch marks from bullets around that door, and there were traces of monsters trying to get into that door, chasing for the hunters who must have run inside that room. When Akira nodded without saying anything, they immediately got themselves ready to break into that room. They readied their rifles and matched their timings to make sure that there would not be any trouble if there were still monsters inside that room. They quickly broke into that room, scanned for enemies, and once they confirmed that there were no monsters inside, Akira sighed and lowered his rifle. They actually had scanned the inside of the room using their information-gathering device before they went in. Although they did not detect any monsters, it might be simply because their information-gathering device could not detect them. Thus, it did not guarantee that there were no monsters inside that room. If they lowered their guards just because their information-gathering device did not detect anything, they would eventually have to pay with their lives for doing something as foolish as that, even more so at the moment when the sensitivity of their information-gathering device was considerably lowered. It was not like Akira had training on how to work in a team, but even so, as a hunter with enough experience and skill, he should be able to judge what he should do by observing the other hunters. And if he knew that, he should be able to judge how good the other hunters were from how they reacted to the situation when they broke inside that room with no monsters inside. So, judging from how they broke into that room, it was obvious that Akira had the least cooperative skill in that group. After all, he did not have enough training nor real-life experience to learn that skill. Due to Alpha's training, Akira's ability to fight was indeed superior, but he was not skilled enough to work in sync with other skilled hunters as skilled as Shikarabe and the others. The only reason why Akira was not slowing the other hunters down was simply because of his training and the support from Alpha. Before they broke into that room, Akira could see the image of himself breaking into that room, where to position himself, where to aim his rifle the moment he broke in, and which direction he should check first. Even if he was not able to follow that guiding image, Alpha would forcefully move his body through his augmented suit. But in reality, before he broke into that room, before he searched the hallways of the Saranthal building, even before he even stepped inside the Saranthal building, Akira actually had always been in the middle of his training. Because of that, from Elena and the others' point of view, Akira seemed to be at least skilled enough to not slow them down. It was not impossible to see through Akira's real ability from the small deviation when he moved his aim or the small lag in his movements. But that would be nigh impossible except for those top hunters from the front line in the easternmost part of the Eastern District. And of course, Togami, who was there in order to reconfirm his own skill, was not an exception. After all, Togami, Shikarabe, Elena, Sarah, and Carol were better hunters than him. They indeed had higher hunter ranks than him, and Togami, who had his confidence shattered last time, confirmed that they were indeed above him when he saw how they moved during the search. Akira's hunter rank was lower than Togami, but from his experience working with Akira during the bounty hunt and from observing his movements up until now, Togami also thought that Akira was definitely someone above him. Togami looked at the other 5 hunters with a conflicted expression. Although he was together with hunters who were above him, rather than feeling safe, he was instead worried that this time he would not be able to get any conclusions again. Elena checked the inside of that room. She then frowned and mumbled, "This is going pretty well. Really well." Akira then asked Elena, "What's wrong?" "HM? Well, it's nothing big. But Akira, since we entered this building, did you see any dead hunter or monster? I'm not talking about the small traces. I'm talking about whole wreckage or body." Akira did not remember seeing one, but he thought that it might be just because he missed them, so he decided to ask Alpha. "Alpha, was there anything like that?" "Nope. No, I didn't see them at all." Akira actually did not know what had been bothering Elena, but if answering her question could clear that worry, he thought that he should at least answer it honestly. When Akira thought so, he chose to rely on Alpha rather than his vague memory. Since Akira answered back so straightforwardly, Elena found that a bit amusing as she giggled. Sarah was smiling too as she said to Elena, "I didn't see any too. Is there anything wrong with that? Since the outside of the building is riddled with monsters and dead hunters, I just thought that it's rather disturbing that we don't find anything like that inside the building. We did not even encounter any monsters either. But according to Akira and Carol, each floor of this building should have been filled with monsters. There were also a lot of hunters who got killed after arriving here, including the hunters who received that SOS rescue request from Drankum. But even so, we didn't see any corpses from those hunters nor any dead monsters. It's not like I have no guess at all, but it's not a good idea to just accept that guess without confirming it first." Shikarabi then asked Elena a question. "In that case, let's hear your guesses. Let's start with why do you think we didn't find any monsters?" "Basically, I think that after the monsters killed all the hunters inside this building, they went outside and fought the squads surrounding this building, then they got killed by those squads instead. And since the encirclement also prevents the monsters from the outside to get into the building, so the current Saranthal building is left with no monsters inside." This time it was Sarah who asked Elena a question. "Then why didn't we find any dead hunters? The current Saranthal building is actually still active, thus the cleaning drones must have dumped them outside the building. Some of the dead monsters and hunters outside the building might have come originally from here." Akira then said, "I see, then why don't we find any of those cleaning drones? And if they did clean the building, why did they leave some leftover wreckages and bloodstains? They might have a fixed time to do the cleaning and they're on standby right now. Or it might be because they're actively avoiding us since they don't have much fighting power. That also means that they somehow can ascertain our positions too. As for the leftover wreckages and bloodstains, it's either because the cleaning drones haven't cleaned them, or it's just because they need more time to clean all the small things since they prioritized cleaning the bigger ones first." Elena answered the other hunters' questions one by one. Akira and Togami were actually just simply asking questions that came up in their minds as they unconsciously lowered their guards. Their expressions were slightly relaxed. On the contrary, after Elena answered questions from Sarah, Shikarabi and Carol, the three of them did not lower their guard at all. Shikarabi then asked another question. "I see. That does make sense. If that's the case, we should be able to continue the search without much trouble. But what's your bad take of this situation?" Elena's expression turned slightly stern. "They're in the middle of doing their best to kill us. The reason why we didn't meet any enemies is because the AI manager of this building has taken control of those monsters, and that AI is telling them to hold back for now to reserve their strength as they're planning to attack us when they're sure they can trap us and we have no chance to survive their attack. While the reason why we don't see any dead hunters is because they're trying to lower our guard. After all, if we spot some dead hunters, it'll definitely get us to be more careful, which in turn might cause us to hesitate from going deeper. Moreover, if the cleaning drones made the building speckless, we might find that strange and instead makes us more vigilant too. That's why they left the building not fully cleaned. Of course, leaving the building half cleaned like this is indeed strange, but it at least won't make us retreat right away. Instead, it might even lure us in to investigate the reason behind that strangeness. I guess that's the gist of it if I'm being pessimistic here." After listening to Elena's answer, all the feeling of relief inside Akira's heart was blown away. Carol somehow managed to smile and said, "Well, that does make sense too. So then, leader, what are we going to do from here? I know that you might don't want to do it, but I hope you can bring something to bring us relief after telling us something that's scary. There are 2 people here who faced death in this building yesterday, you know?" Carol glanced at Akira. Although she was smiling like usual, there was a slight trace of seductiveness in her smile. Elena looked at Carol without saying anything for a few seconds, as if she was trying to read something out of her. "You're right. Let's look at the map first." Elena renewed the map that the others were looking at. Small points appeared on that map. Those points traced their location starting from when they were on the first floor. These are the information coming from the mini information gathering devices that I installed. These devices can communicate with each other and the end result is actively sent to me. Since the sensitivity of the information gathering devices and the range of the short-range connection are lowered inside this building, I put quite a lot of these devices on our way here. Lines came out from each point and connected them to the other points near to them, showing that they were actively connected to each other. While at the same time, it also showed that their communication and scan range was significantly lowered. To be honest, I want to install them all over the interior of this building, but I didn't bring enough supply since we didn't plan to come here in the first place, and I didn't have the time to resupply either. That's why I only installed enough so that we can quickly secure our escape route. More points appeared on the map that the other hunters were looking at, as if it was trying to cover the whole building with those points. It then showed the number of extra devices that they would need if they wanted to do that in red. After that, those extra points vanished. If these devices pick up anything that threatens our escape route, we will retreat. If not, we will continue to search the building until I run out of these small information gathering devices. Of course, we'll also adapt to the situation and retreat if it gets too dangerous. The human-like images that indicated everyone's position in that map then moved up the building while leaving dots on their way up. After that, those images immediately returned back to the first floor when one of the dots turned red. Even if the monsters really gathered somewhere upstairs, these information-gathering devices will quickly detect them if they go down to the lower floors and try to ambush us. And with how wide the hallways are in this building, we should be able to limit the number of monsters trying to pass through them, and I believe that we should have enough firepower to force a way out from this building. Extra images appeared on the map that represented monsters, then the indicators that represented the hunters there started retreating back while using the layout of the hallways inside that building to reduce the number of monsters that they were fighting at the same time. Elena then finished her explanation with that map as that map immediately returned back to its original state. Akira looked at that map while closely listening to Elena's explanation. As I thought, having someone who specializes in analyzing information really makes things easy to understand. That might be true, but honestly speaking, I think it should have been enough to use only words for that level of explanation. I bet Elena deliberately used that map to help you understand. After listening to Alpha's reaction, Akira tried to sound strong as he said, "It's not like I wouldn't understand if she didn't do that, though. I just meant that it really makes such an explanation easy to understand." Is that so? Well, I'm sure there will be many occasions where Elena would explain her plan only with words in the future, so I believe that you would understand them with no problem, right? I'm sorry. I hope that you would help me when that happens. Of course. Oh. Alpha giggled when Akira just easily gave up trying to look strong. Elena then threw a smile at Carol and said, "This is basically the gist of my plan though, so how is it? If you have anything you want to say, there's no need to hold back. After all, I have no plans to ignore the opinion of someone who had experienced fighting inside this Saranthal building." Carol once again glanced at Akira to check on him. After she confirmed that Akira did not seem to have anything to complain about, she then smiled at Elena and expressed her appreciation. "I'm good with that plan. I'm glad to hear that it seems there's no need to worry too much as we continue exploring this ruin. As expected of someone that Akira trusts so much, it seems that you're pretty skilled in leading an indoor battle too. It's just that I only saw your skill in leading battle outside yesterday, so I was a bit worried. I'm sorry if I offended you." "It's fine, don't worry. That's normal since we are basically trusting our lives to each other in this situation, and I do think that confirming stuff like that is indeed important. I'm glad that you're happy with my plan." Elena and Carol were smiling at each other, while trying to hide the strange impression that they were actually talking about two different things there. Sarah smiled bitterly. Shikarabe just ignored it, thinking that it had nothing to do with him. Togami was too nervous that he did not notice it, and Akira there just tilted his head. It seemed that he did not understand what was going on. They then continued searching the building. Just like Elena predicted, they did not encounter any monsters as they continued exploring further into the building. There was no monster at all. The wall of Saranthal building blocked all kinds of information including sound. It might be to reduce the effectiveness of information gathering devices inside that building, but thanks to that, the situation inside that building was completely quiet. It was as if the silence confirmed that there was no one else there except Elena and her team. Akira continued searching the ruin following Alpha's instruction. It also doubled as training for Akira on how to explore a building. "Say Alpha. There's no monster at all though. Which of Elena's guesses that you think is the correct one?" "Which one do you think, Akira?" To be honest, I have no idea at all. That answer is actually the correct answer. If there's no need to make the choice, it's better not to make any when you don't have enough evidence. If you do, you will be more susceptible to information that supports your guess and you will be more likely to reject information that disproves it. Is that so? Moreover, whichever the case, it would not change the things that you need to do. If the optimistic guess is correct, then this would be a good training for you. But if the pessimistic guess is correct, then you at least won't get ambushed. So don't lower your guard just because there are no monsters detected, and even if there's really no monsters around, let's continue carefully and take this training seriously. You're right about that. I actually didn't mean to lower my guard though. So did I actually lower my guard there? According to what I can see, you're at least not that tense for someone who is exploring an unknown dangerous old world ruin. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Alright then, I'll be more careful. Since he did not encounter any monsters, it seemed that Akira had lowered his guard enough for Alpha to warn him. So he collected himself together and continued the exploration. Not too long after they reached the 15th floor, Elena suddenly told them to hold. Wait. Akira sharpened his sense and aimed his rifle at the hallway. The other hunters also did the same almost immediately. Elena kept her eyes on his information terminal, as if she was trying to confirm something. Her expression then returned to normal as she drew a conclusion and said, "It's not a signal from the mechanical monster, it should be okay." The other hunters lowered their guard after hearing Elena's answer. Sarah then asked Elena, "So what was it?" "Wait for a sec." After she said that, Elena checked the signal that was coming from a place not too far away from them. She then found a small mechanical device and picked it up. If that small device was mixed with the wreckages of the monsters, no one would be able to tell if that was not a part of the dead mechanical monster, but once it was picked up, it was easy to notice that it was not a part of a mechanical monster. "This one, huh?" Elena mumbled as she looked at the small object that stopped them. Akira looked at the object that Elena picked up with interest. It looked just like the small information-gathering device that Elena was using. But that was as far as his knowledge went. He did not know anything more than that. Elena noticed Akira. She then showed the device in her hand and said, "This seems to be a mini relay device. This one specializes in relaying information between hunters around this device. When a team of hunters explores an old world ruin, they need to communicate and exchange information with the other hunters of the same team, who would be moving separately at that point, right? So this device is mostly used for something like that. It might also be used as signs, so that they could retrace back their steps when they explore a dangerous ruin. It's also useful for the rescue team to track their location if they get stuck inside the ruin. And of course, some hunters just leave it as a proof that he or she was able to reach such a dangerous location." After listening to Elena's explanation, Akira nodded deeply. Elena lightly smiled when she saw how Akira reacted to her explanation. She then ordered her team, "I'm sure it's left behind by the hunters who came here before us. I'll analyze it for the time being, so wait for a bit." Elena then started checking that mini information relay device. When she connected her information terminal to that device, the information from analyzing that device was immediately displayed through the same stereoscopic hologram display device that she and Sarah were using. Elena then continued analyzing the information that was displayed to her. Since she was the only one who could see that display from the other point of view, it seemed as if she was only standing there while staring at the mini information relay device without doing or saying anything. Looking at that, Akira asked Alpha, "Alpha, it seems to me like Elena-san is only standing there without doing anything though. But she's actually analyzing that device, right?" "Yeah, that's why you should not interrupt her. You don't even need to tell me that." By the way, it's not that different to when you talk to me, you know? Thanks to the fact that a lot of other hunters are also using similar devices, people don't get suspicious of you when you do that though. And even if you suddenly turn your head to look at me, I'm sure that the other hunters will only think that you're trying to see a similar type of display like the one that Sarah and Elena are using. Is that so? No one else could see Alpha other than Akira. Because of that, if he tried to talk normally to Alpha, it would look as if he was a suspicious person talking to air. Although Akira tried his best to hide it since he knew that himself, it seemed that as he expected, He was not able to completely hide it. So in short, he sometimes made a weird and suspicious move. Akira seemed a bit dejected after he got reminded about that. After Elena finished analyzing some part of the information from that mini information relay device, she then said, "Shikarabe, this information relay device is owned by someone from Drankum. It seems that it's sending a signal in non-standard format too. Shikarabe, did you get anything in your information terminal? It might be some kind of coded signal only recognized by people from Drankum." "HM? Wait for a sec, let me check." Shikarabe then pulled out his information terminal and checked it. "Nope, nothing. I bet it's either because that signal is too weak or it's simply because my information terminal can't recognize that signal. What's the information broadcasted through the normal format?" "It's simply a message asking for help since the monsters are chasing them. Although it's written that it's an SOS rescue request, it doesn't say anything about who is the issuer, how much is the reward offer, or the duration of the request. It doesn't even contain the hunter code of the sender. Although it's still one of those SOS rescue requests, I bet no one would take this request after reading this message. It's unclear how many of them or where they are. It basically won't change our plan. We might help them if they're still alive and we find them by chance, but we won't go out of our way to look for them. Can you send the encrypted signal to me?" "Sure. There. I just sent it." Elena just sent the encrypted message broadcasted by the mini information gathering device to Shikarabe's information terminal. Shikarabe then used the decryption software installed inside his information terminal to decrypt that encrypted message. The output from the decryption software was basically another encrypted message and a short message saying for anyone who received that message to send it to Drankum's officers. Since Shikarabe had some connections with the officers in Drankum, he was able to decrypt that encrypted message further. After he checked the content of that message, his face twitched. "Ah, God damn it." Shikarabe shouted out his frustration. Somewhere inside his angry expression, it seemed that Shikarabe thought of something else. Elena was actually interested as to why Shikarabe made that face, but she thought that it must be some kind of Drankum's business, so it would be better if she did not try to make any unnecessary guess. Judging from Shikarabe's expression, it was clear that it must have something to do with the infighting within Drankum. Moreover, that message was an encrypted message. Elena thought that it would give nothing but trouble if an outsider like her needlessly stuck her head in whatever that message was about. Seeing Shikarabe was still deep in his thoughts, Elena then asked him, "I don't know the content of that message, but is it okay if we continue the search now?" Shikarabe glanced at Elena. He then shifted his gaze to the floor and thought for a bit before looking straight into Elena's eyes again. "In that case, I have a suggestion, no a request. I want to change our main aim from simply exploring this building to rescuing the owner of that information relay device. It's as you said, that hunter is from Drankum. I still have my reputation to hold among hunters in Drankum, so I just can't ignore this message." Elena then asked Shikarabe a question, trying to probe what might be behind Shikarabe's sudden request. "I know it's rather cruel to say this, but that hunter might be already dead, you know? If you want to retrieve their corpse, I'm sure the main squad that will come here later will retrieve all the corpses in this building after securing it, so you can save that for later. There's also a chance that they have escaped the building on their own. We didn't get to meet any monsters up until now. If they barricaded themselves somewhere to escape the danger, I'm sure it's an easy thing for them to escape this building right now when there are no monsters at all." After Shikarabe listened to both pessimistic and relatively normal guesses from Elena, he then replied back with a grim face. "No, I bet they're still alive and still inside this building. There's a chance that they might have barricaded themselves somewhere so tightly to the point that they even can't confirm the situation outside the room that they barricaded in, or they might be injured so that they can't travel too far. Saving hunters are also one of the contents of our current request. Not to mention, if they're survivors from when the situation in the ruin changed, they might have some important key information to understand the reason for that change. I'm sure it's more profitable than just simply exploring this building, so what do you think? If you save a hunter from Drankum, I'm sure Drankum will give you an extra reward on top of the reward that you get from the city management. I can even negotiate with the Drankum side for you." Shikarabe was not lying, but he had another reason as to why he made that request. Elena knew that very well as she asked Shikarabi a question. I'll at least ask you this, what if I say no? Then I won't ask again, I have no plans to convince you to take it. You act as the leader and I work under you, that was the deal. As a mere hunter, I have no plans to break that agreement. Elena then thought it must be something that Shikarabi himself did not want to do, but because of his position in Drankum, he could not just ignore it without putting any effort first. And right now, he was trying to make an excuse out of Elena that he could not rescue the sender of that SOS message. There was no mistaking it. Shikarabi's request was definitely because of that encrypted message. Elena then asked Shikarabi, one more thing then, what's exactly the content of that message? I can't say since it's secret information only for Drankum people. If you want to know no matter what, you would need to join Drankum. If you're okay with that, I don't mind using my right to tell you the content of that message here. Drankum always welcomes new hunters who want to join its rank. Thanks, but no. I see then, will you take the request? Elena then thought again, the content of that encrypted message must be something related to the people inside Drankum, something that could not be shared with people outside Drankum. Or at least, it was something that Shikarabi would not willingly tell to people outside Drankum. Elena calculated all the risks and the profits that the team could gain there since she was the team leader. Togami suddenly nervously asked Elena, as someone from Drankum, honestly speaking, if it's possible I want to take that request too. Drankum also recommended us to rescue any hunters that we can. But of course, it's okay if it's not possible. Togami was not lying there, but besides that, he was actually aiming for a chance to reconfirm his skill when said that. After Elena looked at Togami, her gaze then shifted to Akira. Akira then said, I don't mind either way. I'll follow whatever Elena-san decide. Carol then followed. I don't mind too, after all, Akira also said that. Next was Sarah. Well, we came to this ruin in the first place because of that SOS rescue request after all. Isn't it fine taking in that request thinking that it's just an extension from our original plan coming here? Not to mention we can get an extra reward from it too. Sarah sent a meaningful gaze toward Shikarabi when she said that. Shikarabi immediately responded, I can guarantee that I'll negotiate with Drankum about the reward, but I'll only go that far. Well, Drankum also has its face to save, so I'm sure they'll give you quite a lot of money for the reward. After taking all the opinions from her team members, Elena then realized that among all of them, the only hunters who had experience fighting inside the Saranthal building were only Akira and Carol. She was originally planning to reject Shikarabi's request if either Akira or Carol showed even the slightest sign that they did not want to do it. But they did not show anything like that. So Elena finally made a decision. Elena's expression changed to a rather serious look as she said to her team, all right, our main aim from here and on will change to rescuing those hunters. Judging from that mini information relay device, we can assume that they left similar devices to mark the places that they went through. So we'll use them to help us find their location. Then on top of that, we'll prioritize searching only rooms where they might have barricaded themselves in. We'll immediately pull back once we retrieve the targets regardless if they're dead or alive. Carol, I'll leave picking the rooms to you. Once you're done with that, decide on a route and we'll go from there. Carol seemed a bit confused as she tilted her head and said, I've given you that map though, so you should be able to do that yourself, right? Elena changed her expression and replied, I want you to decide based on the information that is not included in that data. I know that you did not give all the information that you have when you gave me that map, right? Or at least, that data map didn't include anything that explains how you escaped from this building yesterday with Akira. Carol's smile immediately vanished. Her gaze turned really sharp and she slightly lowered her voice. Did you hear that from Akira? Akira and Togami were surprised by that sudden change from Carol. But the other hunters were not surprised at all. It showed the difference in their experience. Elena did not show any change in both her expression and tone of her voice as she answered Carol's question. I did ask him, but he did not tell me anything. He did at least tell me that he got trapped with you in this building surrounded by monsters. Since both of you did not force your way all the way to the first floor to escape the building, it means that there's another way to escape this building. It must be some kind of secret route, whether it's a secret room or a secret hallway, or a secret elevator, or maybe something else. Honestly speaking, I want that information too as an insurance in this situation. Moreover, I want to avoid the situation where we can't find the rescue targets just because they're hiding in that secret room. That's why I'm asking you to do that. If you want extra payment for that information, you can go ahead and ask Shikarabi later. Shikarabi immediately reacted when his name suddenly got mentioned there. Me? You're the one who asked us to take that request. The rescue targets this time are Drankum hunters, right? So at least do something about that extra information cost from the reward. Elena had a good point there. Shikarabi also knew that very well as he sighed. Carol did not change her expression as she mumbled. I see, so Akira didn't tell you, huh? In that short time when everyone's attention shifted to Elena and Shikarabi, Carol suddenly smiled. It was a dark and ominous smile, as if it was leaking out Carol's inner feeling mixed with a slight tinge of madness and joy. If any of them there saw Carol's face, they would definitely make some kind of reaction. But unfortunately, no one saw her. And because Carol immediately returned her face to normal, no one noticed her change at all. Carol then smiled as if nothing had happened and said to Elena, "Got it, then I'll get it done ASAP. Is it okay if I just add extra indicators to the map?" As Elena's attention returned back to Carol, she felt that somehow something was bothering her. But she did not know what it was. "Oh, sure, I'll be counting on you." But unfortunately, Elena was not in a position where she had the leeway thinking about the thing that was bothering her. So she just quickly decided to forget about it. Alpha was staring at Carol. It was not like Alpha existed in the same place as the rest of the hunters. That was why, in order to gather information about the people in that place, Alpha was using different methods compared to normal people. For example, she was relying on the information gathering devices in that place to recognize 3D objects. And of course she was also using other methods too. Basically, she did not need someone to be in her field of view for her to be able to see that person. As such, Alpha was able to completely see Carol's expression back there. And that was why she put her guard up against Carol. Rebuild World Chapter 124. Continuing the exploration. Elena and her team changed their main goal to rescuing the hunters left trapped inside the Saranthal building. They also adjusted their exploration method to fit their new goal. Up until now, they explored all the hallways and rooms from the first floor using their information gathering devices to map out the inner layout of the building before. But this time, they only searched the rooms that Carol indicated and immediately went to the next floor once they were done. Their travel speed changed so much that it surprised Akira. Since they restarted their exploration, Akira always searched the rooms following the instructions from Alpha. The level of the difficulty of the exploration suddenly went up compared to before. Since they increased their exploration rate, they did not have much time to check their surroundings and make decisions. And if they were late in doing so, it would cause the next action to get delayed, thus increasing the accumulated stress, lowering their concentration, slowing them down, and eventually affected how careful they were in doing their searches. It was only a matter of time before Akira could not endure the accumulating stress. Seeing how Akira was accumulating stress pretty fast, Alpha decided to stop the training. "Akira, you should take a break. I'll do the search, so you should calm down and take a rest." "All right." Akira let out a light sigh. Although it was not like he completely lowered his guard, he fully relied on Alpha for detecting enemies now, thus, he could relax a bit as he followed Elena and the rest of the hunters. Akira also started to move more sluggishly than before, but since Alpha also mended that through his augmented suit, it was not that apparent. Therefore, the other hunters did not reprimand him. Now that Akira got some leeway, he then asked a question that had been bothering him for a while to Alpha. "Alpha, there's something that I want to ask though." "Oh my, if you have so much leeway as to make a pointless chit-chat now, it might be a good idea to restart your training again." Akira went silent. Well, it was true that Akira was talking with Alpha through telepathy, so he did not make any sounds nor he did move his mouth, but even so, he suddenly went silent. Anyone who could notice that would think that conveying silence through telepathy was indeed a meaningless action. And the only thing there who could notice it was Alpha alone. Alpha smiled mischievously and said, "I'm just kidding, so, what is your question?" Akira then frowned while still in silence as Alpha was smiling amusedly at him. If it was a competition of being obstinate, Akira had zero chance of winning. Akira knew that well. His face turned displeased as he sighed before his expression returned to normal and said, I just thought that we're moving faster than before since we changed our main goal. I'm just wondering if that's really alright. That's not right. I actually think that it should be okay, but… Akira was trying to gather his thoughts as he was speaking with Alpha. Alpha quickly guessed what he was trying to ask even before he could finish his sentence. She then immediately answered, You basically don't doubt Elena's order. That's why you have no complaint about it. But that would be your subjective opinion. It's not like you yourself fully understand the effect of that order, evaluate it, and finally conclude by yourself that it should be fine. If I have to word it differently, if Shikarabe or Togami make the same decision, you would have questioned it. So you want to know if I also think that it's not a bad decision, and if I do, you want to know the reason why. You're basically wondering if the increased searching speed affects the quality of our searches. You're also wondering that if you only look in the places where you might find one of those mini information relay devices, you might be missing some devices on your way. It's not like you can ask about that to Elena right now, you can actually just ask her later, but since it's bothering you and you have the chance to ask me, you decided to ask me now, right? Akira frowned and was a bit weirded out by Alpha's words. He then said, Well, yeah, something like that. Although Akira was trying to hide it, Sarah was able to accurately guess what happened when he joined the bounty hunt with Shikarabe, only with the limited information that Akira shared with her. And this time, Alpha was able to quickly guess what he was thinking even before he finished gathering his thoughts. Akira was actually feeling a bit scared that it was only a matter of time before they could completely read his thoughts, even without him saying anything. Alpha then started evaluating Elena's decision. I do also think that Elena's decision is the right decision, although it ultimately depends on how you are going to evaluate that decision, and I'm sure that even you are not expecting Elena to have a godlike level of commanding skill to successfully lead a team of hunters filled with amateurs through a deathly battlefield, right? Well, yes. Then there should be no problems. Elena is doing a good job analyzing the current situation and adapting to the new information. I can at least say that much. So, if I have to start from the searching speed… Alpha suddenly stopped there and forcefully moved Akira's body through his augmented suit. Akira was putting too much attention on Alpha's explanation that he significantly slowed down. Akira, who realized that, flusteredly pulled himself together and aimed his rifle at the intersection that the team just passed through. Alpha then smiled at Akira and said, As I thought, isn't it better if we talk about it later? You're right, let's save that for later. Alright then. But if talking with you slows you down that much, then I won't be able to talk to you when you're exploring an old world ruin, huh? I'm sure you'll feel lonely too because of that. Do you think I need to train you to do that? Alpha said that while still smiling, while on the other hand, Akira pouted when she said that. Elena and her team continued deeper into the building. They did not encounter any monsters as they explored the building, but unfortunately enough, they also did not get to encounter any of their rescue targets. They searched only the rooms where there was a good chance the hunters who they were looking for might be barricading themselves. But all of them were empty rooms. Although they did find some traces of battles and bloodstains that might be from the hunters and some other traces showing that someone was once there, they did not find any hunters at all, not even their corpses. A change happened when they reached the 20th floor. As they were about to explore the 20th floor, Elena suddenly told them to stop. They immediately put their guards up and scanned their surroundings. They noticed that the 20th floor looked completely different from all the other floors below it. There were hunters' corpses, wreckages, rubbles, and still moving monsters. Judging from their outer looks, they should be the A24 monsters that they fought in the Mihazono ruined city district, but they were badly damaged. Their torsos were dented and some of their limbs were blasted to pieces. Some of them lost their legs while some others lost their wheels. But that did not hinder them from moving around as they were able to nimbly avoid the corpses and the wreckages that were scattered on the floor. Shikarabe looked around and mumbled. So they only finished cleaning the lower floors, huh? Well, I guess it's better than having them waiting to welcome us here. Looking at what those monsters were doing there, it did not seem like they were waiting for Akira and the other hunters. But judging at the dead hunters on the floor, it did not seem like they would peacefully let them pass either. Elena immediately tried to think of a plan to clear up those monsters. I bet they're patrol drones. And judging from how they are moving around, it doesn't seem like they've noticed us yet. Is it because their sensors are broken or something? Are they not exchanging information with Saranthal's security facilities? Or is it because the very thing that is lowering the sensitivity of our information gathering devices is also affecting them? Are they autonomous drones? Are they here for reconnaissance? Or is that they're simply roaming aimlessly after their control devices got destroyed or something? Elena thought of so many possibilities. Then after going through all of those options, she then said to Sarah, "Sarah, kill them." "Roger that." Sarah aimed her anti-material rifle at those monsters. Just like the information gathering device, the aiming device of her rifle was also affected by the Saranthal building, thus its accuracy was worsened. But it did not cause much trouble for Sarah's ability. She aimed her rifle at the torsos of those monsters and pulled the trigger once she was sure that her shots would hit. The bullet that flew out of her rifle's muzzle hit its target accurately. That bullet was designed for firepower rather than piercing power. As such, it easily blasted a 24's torso. The impact threw its body and scattered its inside around as it rolled over on the ground. It did not take that long before the next A-24 also got blown away. Elena told her team to stay on guard, while she was observing the A-24 that had turned into wreckages on the floor. Akira suddenly realized something weird. "Alpha. It's about the monsters that Sarah-san just killed from the outside. They look like mechanical monsters. It's not like they're actually biological monsters, right?" Alpha found that question rather strange, but even so, she decided to recheck the dead monsters that were scattered on the ground. They were made of metals and some kind of nanomaterials. They did not seem to be biological monsters. "Well, from what I can see, I believe they're mechanical monsters. What's wrong?" "Nah, I'm just wondering about what's the meaning of killing mechanical monsters. Judging from what Sarah-san did back there, does that mean to break them and render them unable to move? That still doesn't sound right, though." "Oh, I see." From how Elena worded it, Akira was wondering if they were actually biological monsters that looked like mechanical monsters. It was a subject that could easily cause a debate. Alpha then thought, Akira just encountered a monster. So, it might be better to let him focus more on watching his surroundings instead of thinking about something else. So she was wondering if she should scold Akira instead. But it was not clear yet whether it was really unnecessary or not. Being critical and extra cautious made people more careful. And sometimes, it might even be the trump card to escape a hopeless situation. An ability to think outside the box and come up with an unthinkable solution was an invaluable skill. In order to polish that skill, there was no other way but to keep being critical and always ask difficult questions. If Alpha scolded Akira, there was a good chance that Akira would obediently do that, thus reducing his chance to polish his skill in thinking outside the box. If it was about the ability to detect enemies, Akira would not be able to get better than Alpha. Thus, Alpha decided that she should encourage him to polish other kinds of skills, although it was unlikely. Alpha then answered Akira's question. It could be interpreted as putting a short gap in between executing the actions that would kill, and when the target could be assumed dead. So applying that to mechanical monsters, I would say that Elena told Sarah to leave a small time gap, from the moment she started shooting at those monsters until when those monsters fully stopped moving anymore. Or maybe even put no time gap at all if it was possible. That was what Elena asked from Sarah. Although it's nothing but a guess, I believe that's the gist of it. Is it not enough to just destroy them? Let's say if those monsters are a part of the building's security, they might immediately call for reinforcement when they're attacked, or maybe they won't. They might only call for reinforcements once they judge that they can't win only with their firepower. This condition might also include the damage done to its own body. Some of them might have a self-repairing system, then they would repair themselves, check the damage on their bodies, and if it's above the threshold, they would call for reinforcements. So in order to stop them from doing something like that, there's a need to completely stop their functions with one shot. That's why Elena used that word. I think you can interpret her like that. If they're really a part of the building's security, won't they already know our location, and would call for reinforcement the moment we destroyed them? We don't know how much these monsters are exchanging information with each other. Maybe Elena wanted to check that too, that's why she gave that order. Or maybe she wanted to know how many monsters would come here just from the sound of the gunshot. It should be hard to ascertain our position only from that gunshot inside this building, you know? After all, something is reducing the sensitivity of your information gathering device inside this building, but we don't know for sure if that also affects the monsters. Moreover, if they're really a part of the building's security, even if their sensors are also affected, they should have already known our location from the sensors scattered all over the interior of this building. So these monsters might as well know our location from that shared information. I think Elena is trying to check that too. Akira looked a bit surprised. He did not even consider that at all. It might be because he always relied on Alpha to decide on what to do during a fight. After listening to Alpha's explanation, it reminded him of his lack of skill in that department. I can make other guesses too, but let's just stop here. Now that we just encountered some monsters, you need to be more careful from here on. Just tell me one more thing then. About that thing that you just explained to me, is that a normal thing for hunters to know that? Am I the only one who doesn't know that far? It might be just simply because Elena thought you would understand what she wanted to convey only with those words. Elena and Sarah seem to have been working together for a long time, so I bet they can tell what each other is trying to say without actually saying it. I bet she would add an extra explanation if she was to give the same order to you. But judging from the content of that order, I think it's as you said. If you're bothered by that, you should put more effort into studying from now on. I'll help you too, you know? Alpha smiled mischievously. Akira returned that with a bitter smile. I guess I still have a long way to go before I can be a proper hunter, huh? When Alpha said that she would help him, she was actually saying that she was willing to increase the difficulty of the training and the study. Akira at least knew that much. Togami confirmed the change of the situation as he continued watching his surroundings. The monsters were now scattered on the ground while Elena was scanning the area with a serious look. That was all the changes there for now. Togami, who was seriously watching his surroundings, suddenly made a confused expression. He then looked slightly troubled. In the back of his head, he was thinking that there were no longer any monsters in that area and there did not seem to be any reinforcement coming either, which in that case, should it not be better to continue the search? After all, in order to reach their rescue target as soon as possible, it might be better to hurry up. Togami then asked Elena, aren't we going to continue the search? Elena did not even turn or change her expression as she replied. Sorry, I don't have the time to explain it. If you have any questions, just ask Shikarabe. But we've been doing this for a while now and… Since Togami did not seem likely to step back anytime soon, Shikarabe said with an irritated voice, just shut up. Togami flinched and immediately turned to Shikarabe. Shikarabe was exuding a level of antagonism toward him. Shikarabe had this serious expression. He did not even try to hide his irritation as he said to Togami, listen here, Elena is busy, so don't interrupt her. All right. Togami just backed out obediently. Shikarabe was rather surprised by it. It was true that Shikarabe put a little bit of extra intimidation there to make sure that Togami would not get ahead of himself and worsen the situation there. But with that being said, it was still a bit weird for Togami to be so obedient like that. Or at least to Shikarabe, it did not seem that there was any sign of grudge when Togami backed out. What the heck is with this boy? Since when he becomes this obedient? It's true that it's a good thing though, but still. Although Shikarabe was really surprised, he immediately decided to just forget about it for now. They encountered some monsters just now, so as long as it did not hinder them, there was no need to think too much about it. Togami then reassessed the current situation. From his point of view, including that level of caution against the first group of monsters they encountered inside that building, he thought that they were wasting time and were just delaying rescuing their targets. This team was formed on such a short notice, so it would be normal for some of the team members to complain if they found the order given to them by their leader was just a waste of time or meaningless. But other than Togami, no one there was complaining. So basically she's doing something important, and Shikarabe also thinks so too. But then, how about the other hunters? Do they also understand why she's doing that and understand its importance too? Is it only me who doesn't understand it? Actually, there's one more person there who did not understand why Elena had not given her orders to continue the search yet. It was Akira. But Alpha gave him an explanation that answered his question. Togami thought that he was the only person there who did not understand something that everyone should already understand. So he used all of his brainpower to keep thinking about the reason why Elena gave that order to stand by there. Elena then pointed her finger toward a hallway leading to another opening on the right. Sarah, if it's possible, let it pass. If it gets dangerous, just destroy it. There's no need to wait for my order. Roger that. Sarah aimed her rifle toward the entrance of that hallway. She then lightly smiled and said, "We don't really know what's going on here, so isn't it safer to just destroy it? I leave that decision to you." Sarah looked at Elena. She was making a serious face when she said that. Sarah then got herself ready while still looking pretty relaxed. The map of the 20th floor was displayed in Akira's goggles. It was showing the hallway that Sarah was pointing her rifle at. After Elena gave the order to Sarah, a red dot suddenly appeared on that map located somewhere deeper in that hallway. It was the indicator for enemies. Alpha then enhanced Akira's vision. Thanks to that, he was able to see through the walls. Akira was able to see the monster indicated with the red dot on the map. That monster was also painted red in his vision. Although he was not able to see the shape of the monster, he was at least able to see that there was a monster there. Alpha then said to Akira, "They're enemies, I'm sure Sarah can take care of them. But just to be safe, get yourself ready too." Alright. But still, the display looks rather blurry. Is it because of that thing that affects the information gathering devices? Yep, that's correct. Don't drop your guard just because you see the same information as from the map. Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle toward the hallway. He was aiming at the monster way deep inside the hallway and behind the walls. Shikarabe and Carol were also aiming their rifles and ready, but they were aiming toward different hallways. It was because they believed Akira and Sarah would be enough to handle the monster shown on the map. Moreover, they also understood that just because the map did not show any monsters in the other hallways, it did not mean that there definitely were no monsters there. Togami also readied his rifle while looking at Akira. He was surprised when he realized Akira was aiming his rifle toward a wall. Where the hell is he aiming at? Togami shifted his gaze from Akira to the wall that Akira was aiming at. But it was just a plain wall without anything that might garner attention. Togami then looked at Akira again with a weirded out face. The red dot in the map started to approach Elena and her team. It would not be long before they encounter each other. As the red dot, the enemy, kept getting closer and closer, Akira started to be able to see the shape of the monster through his enhanced vision. The image of the enemy started getting better and better. It was because the closer they got to each other, the better his information gathering device was reading that monster. Akira followed the enemy with his eyes. As they got closer, the image of the monster on the other side of the wall was also getting clearer. It was the same type of monster as the ones that Sarah just killed, the A24 type monster. But this one was only slightly damaged. It nimbly moved over the wreckages on the floor as it traveled through the hallway, and eventually showed up in front of Akira right when he was aiming at the entrance of the hallway. Togami, who was watching Akira's movement, was taken aback. He realized Akira was looking straight at the monster in front of him. That guy is following a monster with his eyes, huh? How did he do that? Togami was so surprised that he focused more on Akira rather than on the A24 monster that just appeared. If that monster had already known their location beforehand and immediately released a shot there, it would have been a fatal opening. Fortunately enough, or more like, as Elena had predicted, the A24 monster just continued walking through the hallway without paying any attention to Akira. Sarah confirmed that the gun growing out of its back was not aiming at anyone there. She was still aiming at that monster's gun while letting it pass, just like Elena told her to. That monster continued walking past through the wreckages of the other A24 monsters that Sarah just killed and left that place. That was when Elena told Sarah, "Sarah, destroy it." Sarah did not hesitate at all, as he immediately shot a bullet at the monster. The first shot hit its machine gun and tore it off from the monster's body. The impact also threw it off balance. The second shot hit the monster's torso and threw its body as it rolled on the ground. As it was tumbling over, Sarah released her third and fourth shots. The third shot hit its legs, pierced through its armor and went through its torso, while the fourth shot pierced its body and slammed its body to the wall behind it. That monster was rendered harmless in just a few seconds. It then tumbled over to the ground, twitched as if it was squeezing the very last drop of life that it had, and finally completely stopped moving. Sarah confirmed that she killed it as she lowered her rifle. Elena looked at the monster that Sarah just defeated and hummed. Akira looked at that monster that still mostly retained its original shape and asked Alpha. That was a little bit different compared to when Sarah-san took out the first group. That's because the order from Elena was different too. If my guess is correct, after she disarmed that monster with the first shot, she released the rest of the shots with the goal of checking how durable it is. I see. Monsters of the same type or species usually have the same structures. Since Sarah just showed you how much damage you can cause by shooting at which part, you should properly use it as a reference the next time you shoot at them, okay? Alpha was smiling as usual when she said that. But in contrast to her, Akira was making a stern face. It was true that Sarah just showed how effective it would be if he shot at a particular part of the monster. But even so, he had no idea where he should aim his shot at. In that short display, he needed to discern which one was the monster's control device among all the small pieces of the monster that were scattered. Then, he should guess from there the location of the control device before it got destroyed. Then finally guess the weak part of its armor where he could snipe that control device. But of course Akira could not do that. So, should I first prioritize destroying the monster's gun just like what Sarah-san did? That's a good idea, which in that case then, you just need to be able to accurately aim at the monster's gun while it's still moving and without my support. So what's the right answer? The right answer would be that your aim depends on how good you are at shooting. With your current skill, I think it's better if you aim at its torso to break its balance and lower its accuracy. You need to at least be able to hit it to do that though. You're right about that. The first step would be to hit my shot. He might still need a lot of time before he could shoot as accurately as Sarah. Akira then sighed. Togami suddenly asked Akira a question. How did you know its location? Akira frowned. It's shown on the map, right? Or is it that it didn't show up on your map? Togami seemed obviously confused as he said. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm talking about how you followed that monster when it was still behind that wall. When Togami asked that question again, Akira finally realized what Togami was talking about. Normally, people would not be able to see through a wall. It was thanks to Alpha's support that he could do that. Although he was a bit surprised inside, he made effort to not show it on his face. The location of the enemies on the 20th floor is shown as red dots in the map, right? If you look at that, you can more or less guess the real location of the enemies. They're basically nothing but a rough approximation. But back there you were accurately tracking that monster when it was still behind the wall. How did you do that? Togami was not convinced by Akira's explanation as he pressed for more answers. That was when Shikarabe suddenly interjected. Akira, there's no need for you to answer all of his stupid questions. Just ignore him. I bet this guy thinks that everything that he can't do or understand are all strange things. There's no need to listen to him. Although it was unclear why Shikarabe said that, it was not a bad suggestion for Akira. So Akira just nodded and said, "Got it." Togami looked at Shikarabe with a bit of hostility, but when he saw Shikarabe's face that was mixed with a bit of mockery, he immediately looked down and hung his head low. And then he returned to monitoring his surroundings. Shikarabe looked at Togami with a slightly surprised look. It was true that Shikarabe interjected to stop Togami from picking a fight with Akira, but he also expected Togami to pick a fight with him when he did that. But just like last time, Togami just meekly obeyed his order. He really has toned down, huh? Honestly though, what happened to this boy? Although Shikarabe still had no idea why Togami turned so obedient, seeing how Togami stopped being selfish, he no longer thought of Togami as a spoiled brat for now. Rebuild World Chapter 125 The Hunters Who Barricaded Themselves. Even after Sarah destroyed the second monster, Elena still ordered the team to stay on watch in that hall. There were corpses of dead hunters, wreckages of destroyed monsters, monsters that had been rendered harmless with their bodies almost fully intact. They were looking at these while still on standby in that room. The time that they spent there was crucial to gather and analyze all the data that they could get there. But it was only a matter of time before it turned into simply a waste of time. Judging from how the monsters reacted, it seems that they don't know our location. It might be because their ability to share information and contact each other is also lowered, just like how the sensitivity of our information gathering devices are also lowered. If it's blocking them from calling reinforcements, it might also be the case for their ability to contact each other. No, maybe they can, but only for the monsters on the same floor? Then, even if it's true that the manager of this building has turned hostile to us, then why is their ability to contact each other affected the same way as how the sensitivity of our information gathering device is affected? Is the manager of this building not sharing information with these monsters? Is it because they're under different management? Or is it because these monsters are broken or something? Or is it simply because they're not working under the management of this building? Or is it that they're trying to trick us here? When Elena's display showed that her information gathering device had finished gathering and analyzing all the information that it could get there, Elena decided to finally move on. I've finished analyzing the monsters here. We should be able to detect the same type of monster better now. It'll at least increase the sensitivity of our information gathering device. There doesn't seem to be any reinforcement, but I don't think it's a good idea to stay here any longer. It would be a waste of time if we keep staying here longer. I guess it's time to go then. Elena then said to the rest of the team, "We'll keep up our method and speed just like before. Although you can see the result for the radar on your map, don't drop your guard just because there are no monsters detected. Just fight the monsters that block our way. There's no need to kill all the monsters. Prioritize more on searching the area. But of course, safety is still number one. That's all, let's go." They immediately started moving again, and as Elena ordered, they kept the same speed and method, although the situation on the 20th floor was completely different compared to the 19th floor. There were puddles of blood mixed with wreckages of monsters on the floor, as they continued their search on that floor. There were traces of destroyed barricades and the hunters who must have frantically fought those monsters. The hunters' hands that were poking out from a pile of wreckages of dead monsters were still holding their rifles even now. Rubbles and wreckages blocked the hallways, and the corpses of the hunters who created those piles scattered inside the hallways. The monsters there already turned the hunters on that floor to corpses, and the still moving monsters now quickly turned their attention to the new enemies that just stepped into that floor. Alpha gave Akira an order while they were in the middle of moving. "Akira, to your right." "Roger that." Akira, who was running, immediately stopped at the intersection in front of him and aimed his rifle to the right. He gathered his concentration and compressed his time perception as he fixed his aim at the target that he could not even see. He then tracked the A-24 monsters that passed through the next intersection and pulled the trigger the moment they showed themselves. Akira was able to see the location of the control device inside the monster's body, due to Alpha's support. Alpha also indicated the location where Akira's bullet would easily pierce its armor and destroy its control device. As Akira tried to align his aim, a trajectory prediction line extended from his CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle. The bullet that flew out from the CWH anti-material rifle hit the weak point of the monster. It destroyed the monster's outer armor and pierced through its innards. It went straight for the monster's control device and destroyed it in one shot. The monster that had lost its brain immediately stopped functioning and just crashed into the ground with the momentum that it had when it flew out from the intersection due to inertia. "All right." Akira nodded and immediately started running again. When he had a chance, he quickly turned to Alpha and asked her a question while still running. "How was that?" Alpha smiled and warned him, "If I didn't fix your aim, it would have missed the monster about 1 meter to the left. You need to try to keep calm while fixing your aim as fast as possible." "I see." Akira felt slightly depressed. He felt pretty good with himself after that shot, but it turned out that it was all thanks to Alpha's support. But Akira quickly pulled himself together. He knew that he had no time to lament. He then commented about the other factor that increased the difficulty of sniping monsters there. "But still, this place is pretty bad. It would have been much easier if they cleaned this place just like what they did on the lower floors." Because of the fierce battle that happened beforehand there, the leftover of that battle blocked the way and made it more difficult for Akira to move around. Wreckages of dead monsters scattered on the ground. They were leaking out oils which then mixed together with the blood from the dead hunters. These were preventing Akira from moving too fast. They did not have a stable footing and the floor was slippery from the oil and the blood. Sniping alone was already hard enough, but the environment there increased the difficulty even more. Alpha then answered Akira's question. The cleaning drones might have been destroyed by the other mechanical monsters. Wait, they're not friends. We don't know for sure if those monsters are working under the command of the manager of this building. They might be a completely separate swarm that somehow entered the Saranthal building. Of course, this is nothing but a guess though. Akira made a troubled look, but he immediately returned his face to normal. This has really turned into something super complicated. It might have something to do with the current abnormality in Mihazono Ruin, but well, I guess it has nothing to do with me, huh? Well, it's true that I might be able to get 10 billion Aurum if I know the reason behind it, but it's not the time to be thinking about that right now. Alpha smiled at Akira and said, "That's true. You came here in order to help Elena and Sarah out of your own volition after all, so you need to concentrate more on that. But if you've had enough of it, you can tell me any time. I'll immediately readjust your course of action for moving separately from the team." Akira sulked for a bit, but Alpha just ignored it and kept smiling at him. It was true that he actually just ignored Alpha's opinion and dragged her for his own selfishness to help out Elena and Sarah. That was why he thought that it was understandable for Alpha to poke at him like that, so he just ignored it and decided to move on. Shikarabe aimed his rifle at the monster that was located behind a pile of wreckage and pulled the trigger. The piercing bullet that he was using was able to pierce through the pile of wreckage and hit the monster behind it. He was able to destroy the monster's vital component in one shot and killed that monster. Shikarabe was able to ascertain the enemy's location from the data that he was receiving from Elena. It's amazing how accurate this information that she's sending to me is when the sensitivity of my own information gathering device is this bad. It's great that I can take it easy. I can see now why Arabe is always trying so hard to get Elena and Sarah to join the gang, though it always ended up with a failure. Shikarabe was honestly impressed by Elena's ability, and smiled bitterly remembering how his friend worked so hard for it although it ended up with failures, while Carol had a large gun with her that could blast the monsters in one shot. It was also thanks to Elena that she was able to quickly detect the monsters that hid in difficult-to-spot places. Elena's ability to process information is really nothing to scoff at. Sarah is also moving accordingly to keep Elena protected. It's understandable that Akira looks up to them. I guess it won't be easy to impress Akira with my hunter skill, huh? Well, let's just do my best. Carol was also impressed with Elena and Sarah's skill, so using that as a reference, it seemed that it would not be easy to try to show off her hunter skill to Akira. Togami was desperately trying to catch up with the moving speed of the rest of the team. He did not complain at all as he used all he got to use that chance to show his skills to other hunters. His powerful equipment supported him to push his way through difficult situations, but that was not enough for him to match the current speed. He was barely able to follow the rest of the team. Togami checked at the other hunters while fighting the monsters. Just like Akira, who was able to track a monster that was invisible to him, Shikarabe and the other hunters could also predict accurately where and when the enemy would appear or shoot accurately through wreckages or rubbles. Togami was also receiving the same information from Elena just like the rest of the hunters, but even so, he could not use it to perform as well as the other hunters. His expression turned stern. So it's normal for them to be able to do that, huh? While on the other hand, I can't do that at all. At least for now though. I'll definitely learn how to do that too as soon as possible. In the past, excessive praises pushed him to grow. But this time frustration and the feeling of patheticness pushed him to grow. Togami recognized his own skill and his pathetic performance here. He was scolding himself as if to tell him to fight back while pushing himself to the limit. Elena kept scanning the surroundings while going deeper and deeper into the building. And of course, he was also keeping his eyes for any signals from their rescue targets while scanning her surroundings. At the same time, she was also marking the route that the team would take on the map. Sarah was fighting the monsters they encountered while making sure that Elena, the leader of the team, was properly protected. Sarah's display was showing the information that Elena had analyzed and sent to her. Thanks to that information, Sarah was able to effectively remove the monsters that were blocking their way forward and any monsters that approached the team. Elena and Sarah basically worked together as a team of two when they did hunter jobs. Depending on the request that they took, they sometimes had to work under a different team or sometimes as the leader of the team, But that was not enough to break their habit of working as a team of two. It was simply because they understood and trusted each other. They knew that it was the best option and they trusted that fact. Sarah then contacted Elena through the transceiver. Elena, who is this rescue target that we're trying to rescue this time? Or more like, is there really any survivors in this situation? This is only my guess, but I think it's very likely that they're still alive. Or at least, it seems that Shikarabi thinks so. If Shikarabi's aim this time is to retrieve the borrowed equipment or the corpses, I'm sure he would have chosen another option. That's why he asked us to do this even though he doesn't want to. That answer did not fully convince Sarah. She looked around at the wreckages of dead monsters that were scattered on the ground and said, the people who fought these monsters might be the hunters who accepted that SOS rescue request, right? So basically, they must be the hunters who were in this ruin yesterday. I'm sure most of them only had enough supplies thinking that they would return back during the day, right? And even if they brought with them extra supplies, I'm sure they had used most of them to fight all of these monsters. And if they are strong enough to handle all of these monsters in that situation, I bet they've already escaped the building by themselves though. Judging from the average strength of the hunters in the Mihazono ruin, the state of the hunters who accepted that SOS rescue request, and the leftover of the battles in that place, Sarah's experience as a hunter was telling her that there was zero chance their rescue targets were still alive. Elena actually had the same thought as Sarah. But even so, she believed there was a good chance that their rescue targets were still alive. And that reason might lie in the secret information that Shikarabi would not tell her. I actually agree with you. But even so, Shikarabi still believes that they are still alive. They might have some team members who specialize in close-quarter combat, or they might bring with themselves way more supplies than most hunters would, or they might be way stronger than most of the hunters in this ruin, or they made sure to barricade themselves somewhere to make sure that they would be able to return alive. So judging from that, they might still be alive even now. Don't you think that's plausible too? Oh. Well, that does make sense. A lot of hunters went to this building after Drankum issued that SOS rescue request after all. So it won't be strange if some of them are actually that skilled. Sarah was convinced by that answer. But even so, Elena, who answered Sarah's question, felt that something was still bothering her. It was the reason why Shikarabi made that expression back then. Judging from there was no mistaking it that it must be something troublesome. Something that forced Shikarabi to adjust his action assuming that their rescue targets were still alive. There was no telling how much that something might affect the other hunters later. Elena then carefully asked Shikarabi, Shikarabi, I didn't ask you this since I thought it must be information that you can't share. But at least I'll ask you this now. Can you at least tell us the name of our rescue targets? Shikarabi's expression turned clouded. It's not secret information. But, in case if that person is already dead or if we fail to rescue that person, it's way better if you don't know that person. Not telling you here is actually an act of kindness. But if you want to know no matter what, I don't mind telling you. I won't ask any further then. And also, if that's really the case, if we have to negotiate with them afterwards, I'll have to ask you to lead the negotiation for us, yes? Roger that. It might include inside information about Drankum, so it might be better if I'm the one to do that anyway. Elena understood a few things after listening to Shikarabi's answer. One thing for sure, it was not someone that Shikarabi did not know. He knew about this person that they were trying to rescue. And it was someone that might bring trouble later, to the point that Shikarabi made that annoyed look the moment he decrypted the message from that person. Elena thought that it was better to just get this request done with and move on. Which meant that they had to find their rescue targets and escort them back to safety as soon as possible. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reina, Shirori, and Kane were barricading themselves inside a room on the 30th floor. The entrance to that room was heavily barricaded. They used wreckages from the dead monsters, portable barriers, and furniture found inside the room to barricade the entrance. They abandoned their chance to get out from that building and prioritized more on making sure that no monsters could get inside the room. Shirori was taking care of her weapons while using the wreckage of monsters as her chair and table. The cut surface of that wreckage was clean. Shirori cut that wreckage with a single swing of the blade dangling on her hip. Her blade was housed in a black sheath. Both the sheath and the blade were made using old-world technology. The blade was so sharp that it cut through the monster like a hot knife cutting through butter. The sheath itself was equipped with a feature that automatically repaired the nicks, and any other damages on the blade. Among all the equipment that Shirori had, it was her most prized equipment. Kane was also using the wreckage of a dead monster as a chair. She was sitting next to Shirori. There was a huge dent on the body of the destroyed monsters. It was created when Kane punched those monsters. Thanks to her powerful augmented suit and trained body, she was able to make a huge dent on the monsters' armors that could easily ricochet bullets and crush the innards of those monsters. The monsters that Shirori and Kane were sitting on were the monsters that they defeated when they secured that room. Of course, it was not comfortable sitting on them, but thanks to their augmented suit, they had no problem sitting on those wreckages for a long time. Although there were other soft things in that place, they gave them all to Reina. Kane smiled at Shirori and said, "Well, what can I say? I'm glad that we made sure we're ready for anything, right? Thanks to that, we're able to survive this far. We still have quite a lot of ammunition and food. We should still be able to stay here for some time." Yep. Shirori stopped her hands and glanced coldly at Kane, who was still smiling widely at her. That aside, it's pretty amazing how everything that young boy Akira said is true. Our information terminal quickly lost any connections, and we can't use it to contact anyone. Then, the sensitivity of our information gathering device also significantly worsened. Then to top it off, we got surrounded by swarms of monsters. The facilities inside this building are still working well though. It might be just because we didn't check it, but I wonder what actually caused it. Shirori was looking at Kane with a colder gaze than usual, but Kane just ignored it as she kept smiling at Shirori. But again, if Ain-san didn't ask Akira to escort Milady, we wouldn't know about that and we might be dead by now. Our destiny might have changed for the better the moment Ain-san did that. After all, it's because Akira told us all of that we decided to buy the map of the Swordsmanship building. Thanks to that, we were able to quickly find this room that looks strong enough and easy to defend. Although it was a bit more expensive than usual, I'm glad we bought that map. Shirori looked even colder toward Kane. She then sighed and looked mildly annoyed as she said, "So then how many more times do you need to say that before you stop talking about it?" Kane had been talking about that multiple times until now. That was the reason why Shiori's gaze turned colder and colder towards Kane. But then Kane casually replied, "If you don't like talking about that, how about you come up with something else to talk about? I don't mind listening to your story about Milady here, you know? After all, I have nothing else to do right now." Shirori obviously looked irritated as she said, "No thanks. After all, every time I do that, you always try to refute it and we always end up debating each other. I was just pointing out that Ain-san is too overprotective and spoiling Milady too much. You know? You're 100 years too soon to say anything about my relationship with Milady. No, it's a good idea to listen to a third party's opinion sometime, right? It might be because they had been stuck inside that room for such a long time that their decision-making skill was affected." Shirori replied with something that she would have never said normally. Then right when Kane started getting bored making small talks to kill time, she suddenly said to Shirori with a serious face, "So then Ain-san, are we still going to stay here?" Shirori replied with a serious expression and a rather heavy voice, "Yes. I see. I'm fully leaving that decision to you though. So I'll follow all of your orders, but putting us aside, isn't it getting worse for Milady?" As Kane said that, she glanced at Reina who was lying on her back. She was lightly wounded during the fight, but her wound was already completely healed after using medicine. Although they rationed their food and drinks, there should not be any problems at the moment. There was no reason for them to worry about Reina. Kane was actually talking about Reina's mental well-being. It had been 3 days since they barricaded themselves inside that room. This was not the first time where Reina had to stay inside an old-world ruin for multiple days. But they had done that under a safe situation. They had enough people to keep watch on turns, then to top it off they had a safe route they could take any time they were in danger. It was not a situation where she was only barely able to reach a safe place in the middle of a fierce battle against a swarm of monsters which was filled with gunshots and screams from the other hunters. Moreover, they could not make any contact with the people outside, and their information-gathering devices were barely able to pick up anything. Judging from the sound of the monsters trying to get inside, that room was still surrounded by monsters. So, basically, they were surrounded by killing machines that did not get tired nor hesitated in killing them. If that situation continued, there was no surprise that they would feel mental exhaustion. Although Reina was still somehow holding out at the moment, it was only a matter of time before she hit her limit. Forget fighting, she might even lose her willpower to move her body. If the situation developed to that point, Shirori and Kane would have to fight through the swarm of monsters while protecting an extra burden in order to escape from that building. If Reina's situation worsened, it would risk the lives of everyone in that room. And if they stayed inside that building, Reina's situation would only grow worse. Shirori knew she had to make a decision to try to escape that building before Reina lost her willpower. Shirori herself knew that very well. That was why she was making a serious and somehow pained expression as she said to Kane, "I know, but it's not the right time yet." There was still hope that a rescue team would reach them. Although she did not know the extent of losses here, with that many hunters dead in this building including the hunters from Drankum, it was very likely that Drankum would decide to do something about it since it had its reputation to uphold. There was a good chance that another rescue team would be dispatched even after knowing the possibility that it might cause them more loss. While at the same time, the monsters outside might leave that place if they wait long enough. If those monsters flooded the Saranthal building because all of those hunters entered that building, then now with most of those hunters dead, those monsters might eventually leave the building. And if it was just a temporary abnormality, those monsters would eventually leave if they wait long enough. But in the end, those were just possibilities. It might even be just her wishful thinking, but even so, as long as those possibilities were not zero, Shirori had to consider them as she needed to decide whether to stay inside that room or try to force their way out. If she made a wrong decision, Reina might get killed. She might end up killing Reina with her bad decision. That thought weighed heavily on her mind and dulled her decision-making skill. Kane more or less knew that Shirori was also having a hard time there. She then thought, "Insan is way too overprotective of Milady. Honestly speaking, nothing good can come up from mixing up personal feelings in your job though. I wonder if we're really going to be okay?" If Shiori's decision was affected by her personal feelings, then Kane would have to make her own decision, which meant that it was up to her when to try to escape that building while Reina was still able to move. In the worst-case scenario, she might even need to kill Shirori to do that. But if she was lucky, they would be able to get out alive just fine. But she had no idea how much luck she would need to be able to do that. Shirori herself also should have known that very well. That was why she might make her decision before it reached that situation. Kane did trust in Shiori's skill, but just to be safe, she then decided to remind Shirori, "I know that it's my job to protect Milady even if it kills me, but it's not like I'm going to just easily throw my life away. You know?" "I know." Shiori's voice sounded somewhat heartless, but it at least showed that she understood what Kane wanted to convey. Reina opened her eyes. Although, in reality, it was not like she was sleeping. She was actually only in a half-asleep state all this time as she had given up forcing herself to sleep. She tried to pull herself up, and she could clearly feel that her body was growing weak. She understood that she was being a useless burden. The only thing that she could do right now, the only thing that she could barely do at the moment for the sake of the other hunters there, was to preserve her strength as much as possible so that she would be able to quickly move her body if the chance to escape that building finally showed up, or if they had to run away again if the situation suddenly worsened. Reina herself understood that she was barely able to even do something like that. She was completely crestfallen. The shadow in her expression was even mixed with self-depreciation to the point that was close to depression. Reina took a deep breath and let out a big sigh. She was trying to expel her feeling of hopelessness and fear inside her heart with that big sigh. She then tried to make a smile. If she kept making a depressed face, it would only make Shirori and Kane worry even more for her. "All right then, it'll be fine." Reina told that to herself as she smiled. She then went to Shirori. Kane noticed her. "Milady, good morning. It's still too soon for the shift change though." "It's okay, I just can't get a good sleep so I ended up waking up sooner. I got bored just lying down all the time." "I see, well, although it might be sooner than scheduled, I guess we can change shift now." Kane stood up and headed to the bed. When she turned her back to Reina and Shirori, her expression turned grim. She's already reached the point where she can't even get good sleep, huh? This is getting pretty bad. Kane, Reina, and Shirori. It was only a matter of time before they had to make their own decision. Kane thought so as she laid her body on the bed. Rebuild World Chapter 126. Forcing the Way Forward. Reina, who just exchanged shifts with Kane, asked Shiori. Shiori, did anything happen when I was resting? Shiori smiled gently to calm Reina. No. Nothing happened in particular. Or at least, I don't see anything that might worsen our current situation. So please be at ease. I see. Reina was a bit weirded out since Shiori answered back so firmly. She then forced a smile. Reina understood very well that she was the very reason why the situation was getting worse from here on out. Her dejection was slightly leaked out of her forced smile. Shiori then made a suggestion to help Reina take off her mind from the current problem. Milady, since you've woken up, let's get a bite. I'll prepare the meal right away, so please wait for a bit. All right. Reina was still a bit overwhelmed by Shiori's reaction as she was barely able to reply back. Shiori immediately made the preparation for the meal. She somehow magically transformed a part of that room into a luxury restaurant. It made a rather awkward scene against the backdrop of the old world ruins room. She put a clean white tablecloth on top of a portable table. Then she placed warm food on top of it. Although all of them were foods designed for hunters, they were from expensive products that might even be much more delicious than most of the self-proclaimed high-class restaurants out there. The portable foods were designed to reheat themselves when opened, and their containers were designed to keep the foods from going cold. The soup there was even steaming. If a hunter who did not know what was going on suddenly saw this scene, there was no mistaking it that he or she would be completely dumbfounded. Shiori and Reina were sitting facing each other while they were having the meal. Shiori decided that it was better to take the meal together with Reina, rather than standing next to her and serving her. Consuming food is important even when they were barricading themselves. Reina's face relaxed as she took a spoon of the delicious meal. Shiori, who saw that, smiled. Reina, who could feel Shiori smiling at her, blushed and tried to throw a conversation to change the mood. I know it's a bit too late for me to be saying this, but this reminds me that these portable meals are really something. The usual portable meals from Drankum are cheap portable meals after all. The portable meals that we're having right now are from a different supplier that I've selected. Although they're pretty expensive, I believe that their quality to price ratio is pretty good compared to the other foods usually sold in the wasteland. Some people don't care much about the food that they eat while some others do. And I'm sure it's impossible for Drankum to distribute this level of portable meals to all its hunters. Indeed, it's better to eat the usual portable meals if we're together with the other hunters, but since there are no other hunters at the moment, I believe it should be alright to take these portable meals. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. I feel like it'll cause trouble if we eat this kind of portable meals while the other hunters are getting the usual ones. Reina imagined a situation where she was eating a luxurious-looking meal, while the other hunters around her had to nibble on their hunter ration. She then lightly smiled. Reina and Shiori continued chatting while having their meal when Reina suddenly asked Shiori something that just came up in her mind. Say, Shiori, do you think that our current situation has something to do with the Mihazono Ruins ghost story? Reina heard about 3 ghost stories of Mihazono Ruin from Shiori. The ghoul building. From time to time, a lot of hunters and monsters in the Mihazono Ruin would suddenly vanish. According to that ghost story, the real cause of that was because the Saranthal building grew hungry and ate them. The second story was about a door that would suddenly appear out of nowhere inside the Mihazono ruin. It would bait the hunters to enter that door with relics, but when they entered, the door would shut and the hunters were never seen the outside ever again. The third story was about the lonely ghost. It was said that the dead corpses of the hunters left in the ruin sometimes suddenly started moving on their own and attacking the other hunters. They must have been longing for more friends. Shiori thought for a bit before answering. I can't say for sure. If I have to make a connection, it might be related to the story of the ghoul building. But it's also not normal to find this many monsters in this place, not to mention they're abnormally strong, even stronger than the hunters who took that SOS request. I'm sure the hunter office already knows about that fierce battle too. The level of abnormality is too big to blame everything on a ghost story. So I believe that it's not related to that. I see. I just thought that if it's related, it might give us some hints on how to get out of this building. It's common for weird things to happen around old world ruins, which might develop into ghost stories later. That's why let's not drop our guard and keep being careful. I understand that in the past you loved to explore the mansion, milady. But please don't do that here. If you get inside that vanishing door from the ghost story, it would be hard for me to find you. You know? Shiori smiled teasingly when she said that. While on the other hand, Reina remembered her past self and could not help but to make a bitter smile. I know. After that, they continued having a silly talk while taking the meal. Once she was done and got her stomach filled, Reina regained some of her energy. Nutritious food was the main fuel for fighting. That was why they were worth their price. As Shiori was cleaning after the meal, Reina suddenly apologetically said to her, Shiori, I'm sorry. Shiori tried to think of the reason why Reina was apologizing. Although she could come up with several guesses, it did not change what she would reply with. Milady, there's nothing for you to apologize for. But if I had properly listened to you and decided not to come here, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. Neither I nor Milady could have seen this coming. I also only thought that this Saranthal building would only be a little bit more dangerous than what Drankum thought it was. I also did not expect it to be this bad. Although it might be an exaggeration, I believe that being able to see this coming at that time would be close to predicting the future. If I knew that something like this would happen, I would have tried everything that I could do to stop Milady back then. After all, I'll never let you go to a dangerous place just to get killed. I hope that Milady could at least believe me about that. Shiori had a serious look when she said that to Reina. Even if Reina somehow doubted Shiori's loyalty, Shiori's devotion will not waver. But even so, Shiori still held the desire of Reina trusting her. Reina herself trusted Shiori more than anyone else. She thought of her as one of her family that she had been together with through thick and thin. For her, Shiori was like a reliable sister. Sometimes that level of trust caused her to make selfish requests to Shiori, and the current situation was the result of one of her selfish requests. Reina replied with a serious face. I know, and I do trust you. Shiori smiled happily. She looked somehow satisfied. But her smile then changed to a teasing smile. In that case, as I explained just now, I hope Milady would understand that there's nothing for Milady to apologize. All right. Reina smiled. Her expression was saying that she understood Shiori just pulled a good one on her. After cleaning up the table, Shiori returned to check her equipment. She returned back to the wreckage that she was using as a seat. From there, Shiori could see Kane, who was lying down not too far from her, and Reina, who was sitting close to her. Shiori looked at both of them for a few seconds. Her face then turned rather stern. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Her expression turned back to normal, and then she said to Reina, Milady, if I may. Seeing from how Shiori was acting there, it seemed that she had something important to talk about. Sure, what is it? We're barricading ourselves inside this room for days since we hope that the situation outside will get better with time. Hoping Drankum might send out a rescue team for us, or the monsters that were surrounding this room might leave. But with that being said, we can't keep barricading ourselves inside this room forever. If we keep ourselves inside this room without no means to check the situation outside, we can only hope that the situation outside is getting better, and sooner or later, we have no choice but to dismantle the barricade and try to make a run for it. They could not check the situation outside, and they could not make any contact outside either. Due to the unknown source that was lowering the sensitivity of information gathering devices inside that building, they could only detect a few meters outside the entrance, and they knew nothing about the area further than that. They could only wait and hope there that the situation outside was getting better. If they got unlucky, the situation outside might have actually turned worse than before when it was filled with monsters, screams and cries. Reina then replied back firmly in order to expel the fear and worry that were creeping inside her. Alright, so then when are we going to do that? Is it soon? Seeing how Reina replied back so firmly like that, Shiori made her resolve too. We'll do it once we've finished all the preparations. We need to dismantle the barricade, and Kane just took a rest not too long ago. We have several strengthening drugs too, but they'll take some time before the effect kicks in. Other than giving Kane more time to rest, we have other preparations to do. We'll try to make our run once we're sure we're 100% ready. As Shirori was explaining things to Reina, Kene, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and sprung up. She stared at the wall as if she was checking something outside that room. She was in a stance as if she was ready to fight any time. The moment Shirori noticed that, she immediately stepped in front of Reina to protect her while keeping her eyes on the barricaded entrance. But Shirori did not see anything out of the ordinary. Kene, what's wrong? Kene looked amused as her rare talent was telling her that a presence that she liked was somewhere close. Ain-san, we need to get ready to break out of this room. This might be our only chance. Kene was beaming when she said that. Asterisk. 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 Elena's team just reached the 30th floor. To be more precise, they were climbing the stairs from the 29th floor to the 30th floor, and were checking out the situation on the 30th floor. Akira's face twitched when he saw the situation on the 30th floor. The same also happened for Carol, Elena, Sarah, Shikarabe, and Togami, although at different levels. The reason why Akira and Carol looked far more concerned than the other hunters was because of their experience. They could see countless monsters filling the hallways in front of them. Fortunately, there were no monsters at all near the stairs. Thanks to that, they were able to check out the situation on the 30th floor from a relatively safe place. Sarah frowned. Elena, what should we do about this? Or more like, are we still going to push forward? If it could be helped, she actually did not want to proceed forward. After all, that would mean that they had to fight all of those monsters for the sake of the hunters who might already be dead by now. Elena easily caught what Sarah was trying to say. Sarah evaluated that this was as far as they could go safely. But Elena was still unsure. She was still facing forward, looking at the monsters in front of her. She then said with a stern expression, if we have no extra information, the right choice in this case would be to pull back, but... Shikarabe immediately intervened. So in short, you have a piece of information that warrants us to push forward, right? Elena then answered Shikarabe's question. On our way here, I found similar information relay devices like the one we found back on the 15th floor. The content of those relay devices is also the same, so I thought that there's no need to tell anyone. But then, basically, I also found similar devices here but with different content. Look at your map. Elena updated the map data that the others were receiving from her to show an indicator that was pointing at a particular room on the 30th floor. If we are to trust the data from that relay device, the people who own those relay devices should be in that room. Carol sounded slightly impressed as she said. So basically they ran all the way from the below up to this floor and barricaded themselves inside that room, huh? Well, it's true that room should be able to hold for a long time against all the monsters outside as long as they properly barricaded the entrance. And it won't be strange for them to find that room if they bought a map of Swordsmanship building before they came in here. Shikarabe, you know all of this, that's why you guessed that they're still alive, right? Shikarabe's expression did not change as he replied. Possibility-wise, yes. I see. Carol knew that she should not pursue any further as she said that. Akira made a rather stern face as he looked at the indicated room in the display map. They're in a rather troublesome place, huh? Yeah, you can say that again. Elena also agreed with Akira's opinion. It was obvious that from the way she said it that things would get complicated from here. If the location was too far away, Elena would have not hesitated and immediately decide to pull back there. She then could just convey that information to the main squad that would come to that building later and hope that they would rescue those hunters. But if they were close enough, they could just break through the monster's encirclement, secure the hallway to that room and check the inside of that room. Then from there they could escort their rescue targets out if it was possible. But if there were too many hunters or there were badly wounded hunters, they would have no other choice but to ask those hunters to keep barricading themselves inside that room and convey the information to the main rescue squad. But the problem was that the room was not that far but not that close either. That was why Elena was hesitating. They already spent most of their energy to come all the way here. Elena tried to calculate all the factors before finally made her decision, the dangers that they had to face if they pushed forward and the possibility of rescuing their targets now. Elena then ordered the rest of the team. I'll break the team into two, my team and Shikarabe's team. My team will secure the hallway while Shikarabe's team will go and try to reach the rescue targets. Everyone will try to open a path for Shikarabe's team to go through while reducing the number of monsters. I'll leave the timing to Shikarabe when he'll try to make the run. Once we group up again, we'll immediately retreat no matter what the condition of the rescue targets. And also, if the encirclement is too hard to break through, we'll just give up on rescuing the targets and immediately retreat. The moment either I or Shikarabe decides that it's impossible to rescue the targets, we'll immediately pull back. Okay? Shikarabe then asked Elena a question. Well, I was the one who asked you to rescue them, so I can understand leaving the job to break through the encirclement to me, but who will be in my team? If it's possible, I want you to go alone. No, that would be impossible. I do understand that you want to stay in a safe situation, but we don't have enough manpower to spare here. So just pull back if you think that it's impossible. If you think that it's difficult to break through the encirclement unless you take too many people from my team, I'll stop this plan here and call a retreat now. And also Sarah will be on my team, so you can't pick her. Shikarabe frowned and made a stern look as he pondered. Elena basically told Shikarabe to take the least firepower needed just to barely be able to secure the rescue targets. If they took everyone to reach the room where their rescue targets were, it was indeed pretty much guaranteed that they would be able to reach that room, but in the worst-case scenario they might get surrounded and have no other choice but to barricade themselves inside that room too. Shikarabe understood that Elena wanted to avoid that. After all, there was no guarantee that the main squad would come for them later. After thinking for a few seconds, Shikarabe finally made his decision. Akira, come with me. Shikarabe believed that Akira was the second strongest person on the team. Moreover, he believed that he had not seen Akira's full power yet. And he knew sometimes, Akira had an abnormal ability to detect or react to enemies. Although there was no guarantee that bringing Akira along would give him a better result, Shikarabe was sure that he at least would not slow him down, and Elena should at least be okay with bringing Akira along. Thus, he decided to put his bet on Akira's unknown real ability, and proposed to take him into his team. Sure. Akira answered back casually. Togami suddenly raised his voice and requested to go together with Shikarabe's team. I'll go too. Everyone there turned to Togami, whose expression there was saying that he was resolute to go too. Shikarabe looked at Togami and was honestly at loss on what to do. He glanced at Elena to see her reaction if he took Togami from her team too, and thought for a bit before replying back. All right then, the men will break through the encirclement while the girls will secure the hallway. Elena, you're okay with that, right? Elena looked at everyone present before replying. Okay. Everyone nodded back to Elena. Carol lightly smiled and said to Akira, if only I'm in your team too, I would be able to show you how good I'm at fighting, but, well, it is just too bad. Akira smiled confidently. Didn't you already show me enough when we returned back to this ruin and found it in this state? Is that so? In that case, make sure to come back here alive and see how good my skills are again, so I can expect a good reward from you, okay? Well, in that case, I just need to secure the rescue targets and balance out your contribution with mine this time. Akira and Carol were smiling at each other while lightly poking fun. Shikarabe then turned to Akira and Togami. I'll say this beforehand. I won't give you detailed orders. Just observe and adapt to the situation. Roger that. All right. Akira replied casually while Togami took a small pause to gather himself together before replying back. Sarah smiled at Akira and said, Akira, be careful and don't get too reckless. Try not to make a mistake when to pull back. Okay? Of course, Sarah-san too, be careful. Akira nodded firmly and said that. Sarah too replied with a firm nod. The monsters that filled up the hallway were from the B-18 type. They were the upgraded version of the A-24 type. Although they were relatively weak, they were equipped with force field armor and extra guns. Their ability to fly around was also better than most of the other monsters. Compared to the legged monsters that had a problem moving around inside that floor that was filled with rubbles, wreckages, and corpses scattered on the ground, they were able to move around much more freely. They were semi-autonomous monsters usually stationed to guard different facilities. The B-18 type had enough firepower to easily defeat common hunters, but they did not show any sign of hostility toward Akira and the other hunters. It might be just simply because they were outside the monster's patrol range. Or maybe it was simply because the lowered sensor sensitivity also affected the B-18 type monsters. Whichever case, the hunters had the first initiative there. The hunters readied themselves to start the rescue operation. They warmed up their bodies, sharpened their senses and perception. They prepared themselves to head into a fight against the monsters that would not hesitate to kill them, and to reach their hand for the victory that lay behind it. Elena then started the countdown. I'll start the countdown 5, 4, 3. Akira readied his rifle and waited for the countdown. The hunters' equipment were specially made to give the hunters some chance to fight against the monsters that were way stronger than a normal human, and to even give the hunters the upper hand against them. To give the hunters the ability to kill before killed, to destroy before destroyed, to defeat the monsters before getting overwhelmed by them, no matter what kind of monsters that they were facing. 2-1-0. They immediately jumped into the 30th floor and spread out into the hall room. They aimed their rifles at the B-18 in front of them, fixed their aim and pulled the trigger without a trace of hesitation. The place was filled with flying bullets in an instant as bullets rained down on the B-18 monsters, tore off their outside armor, pierced through their metallic wiring, crushed the inside of their bodies and ultimately destroying them. The hunters who had the first shots quickly turned the B-18 monsters into scraps. Akira kept his finger on the trigger of the DVS minigun on his right hand as he aimed to the hallway. Countless bullets flew out through its muzzle against the B-18 monsters in that hallway. Although most of the monsters there had already turned into scraps, Akira kept on shooting bullets in that direction. Although the B-18 type monsters were equipped with force field armor that could easily hold out against the multiple bullets that were flying out of DVT's minigun, with the energy output of the B-18 monster, it was not enough to keep the force field armor active except for only for a short time. Once the force field armor ran out of energy, the bullets easily passed through and dented the monsters' bodies. It eventually opened a hole in their bodies and destroyed the inside of the monsters as the impact threw them further back into the hallway. After they secured the hall entrance, Elena's team immediately reinforced their position while Shikarabe's team immediately went to their rescue target. Shikarabe did not completely destroy most of the B-18 monsters that he fought. He only stripped most of them from their weapons to render them harmless or destroyed their means to move around, and turned them into useless flying devices with nothing but a robust defense. He then kicked them right to the entrance of the hallway. He kicked only the monsters with still active force field armor deeper into the hallway. The kicked monsters flew and broke through the rubbles, blocking the hallway as it flew further in and crashed against the other monsters while blocking the bullets coming from deep inside the hallway. Shikarabe did that again and again to block the bullets coming from the hallway, while forcing a way through the encirclement. "Let's go." Shikarabe only said that and immediately went into the hallway. Akira and Togami were a bit surprised how Shikarabe forced his way into the hallway, but they quickly followed him from behind. Akira thought about Shikarabe's powerful kicks while running behind him and mumbled, "Those were pretty powerful kicks. Is that the power of his augmented suit?" "His augmented suit is on a different level compared to yours after all." "Well, I guess it's normal for powerful hunters to have powerful equipment, huh? I bet they're super expensive though." Alpha smiled teasingly and said, "You'll be able to buy that kind of expensive equipment sooner or later. After all, you'll need those to accomplish my request." "I know, well, it seems that I still have a long way to go." Akira smiled bitterly as he imagined how much money he would need to buy that kind of equipment, and how much he would need to work to get that money. Alpha smiled full of confidence and replied, "Oh my, it's actually sooner than you might think, you know? It'll be fine with my support." For some reason, Akira felt that mention of the time gap being shorter than what he knew also meant that his suffering would be doubled. Shikarabe led the way into the hallway. Akira imitated Shikarabe and used the destroyed B-18 to hide from the incoming bullets, while creating obstacles to prevent the monsters from entering that hallway as he followed behind Shikarabe. Akira kicked the dead monster in front of him. Thanks to Alpha's support, the monster that he kicked flew straight to another monster with very high accuracy, as if he had kicked a lot of monsters in his life. The powerful kick released from his augmented suit transmitted the full impact of the kick into that monster, and sent it flying into the hallway with a high speed. Shikarabe saw that and thought, "The augmented suit that Akira is using. It is the PWD silence from Najima R&D Corp., right? But I don't remember it being that strong, and I don't think Akira is that strong either. Did he get some kind of upgraded version or something? There were many hunters in the Eastern District who used augmented suits, and of course in response to that, there were many types of augmented suit distributed in the Eastern District. But compared to the number of augmented suits distributed in the Eastern District, the number of the modified augmented suits in the Eastern District was extremely low. One of the reasons was because the technology used in those augmented suits was secret information, thus, it would be extremely difficult to modify them without the help of a specialist. Of course, there were many hunters who tried messing with their augmented suit, but they only did that to the spare augmented suits that they had. To top it off, most of them tend to leave the control device alone. Since even if they tried, the best that they could do was usually just to readjust some options that were not shown in the usual display. If they tried to go even further than that, most of the time it normally ends up in a disaster. If they tried to mess with the ventilation, they might lock the suit and get themselves killed from suffocation. If they tried to mess with the force field armor, it might cause the force field armor to be projected inside and get themselves crushed inside the suit. There were many unfortunate stories like that going around. And of course, the guarantee for those augmented suits was annulled the moment they tried to modify their augmented suits. It was common sense among the hunters to not mess with their augmented suit or not to try to modify them if they did not want to get killed. But of course there were exceptions. There were cases where a modified augmented suit with upgraded output power and guaranteed safety appeared. They were usually made by people with high technical skills in order to show off their ability, or by a newly found corporation to show off its capability, or by some corporation in order to gain extra capital. Because of that, these kinds of augmented suits would appear in the black market from time to time. If Akira's augmented suit was really one of those modified augmented suits, it would not be strange for it to be stronger than the public catalog spec. If that was the case, Shikarabe could easily understand that power. But even so, he still found something bothering him. It's rare to find a hunter who has the connection to get that kind of equipment. But again, I really can't say for sure. Akira was actually using an augmented suit, with a control device that was already fully under Alpha's control. So looking from that point of view, it was not a mistake to say that he was using a modified augmented suit. Shikarabe could guess that Akira was probably using a modified augmented suit, but that was as far as he could go, and all the guesses that could come up from that fact made it more difficult to estimate Akira's real ability. It would be really troublesome if he got on Akira's bad side. Shikarabe was really glad that he was able to peacefully resolve the problem about the reward for the bounty hunting request from last time. As Shikarabe thought so, he decided to be more careful around Akira, the boy that threw off his intuition. Rebuild World Chapter 127, The ability to evaluate with a single glance. Elena's team was waiting for Shikarabe's team to return back in a hall near the stairs. They already cleaned the room from any monsters, and they were in the middle of barricading the other hallways by piling the dead B-18 monsters. Elena, Carol, and Sarah were able to casually kick around the dead B-18 wreckages that were pretty heavy. It was thanks to Sarah's nanomachine enhanced body, Elena's augmented suit, and both for Carol's case. Due to her side job, Carol enhanced her body with nanomachine, so that she could fight even when she had nothing on her. Moreover, it was also to enhance the beauty of her body to help her seduce men. Because of that, she spent a lot of money to enhance her body with nanomachine, then to top it off she was also using an augmented suit. Although Carol looked seductive with her already beautiful body wrapped in a sexy augmented suit, as if it was to belie her outer appearance, she was powerful enough to easily send the B-18 monster flying with her kick. It was thanks to the amalgamation of the old world technology that was close to magic. If not for her seductive outer appearance, it was easy to notice her superhuman strength. And for those who were not knowledgeable about how much such a modification would cost, they would be surprised when they hear the price tag. Most people got their attention diverted by her beautiful and charming outer appearance, and did not think about the technical side of things. After they finished securing the hall, they then took a short break and lightly sighed. They had defeated the other monsters that came to the room, barricaded the entrance to the other hallways, and pushed aside the wreckages that were left inside that room. Elena scanned the area around the hall with her information-gathering device and checked the hallway that Shikarabe's team was pushing through, but she could not see any signal coming from that direction. Judging from the physical strength of Shikarabe's team, the strength of the monsters, and the distance to the room, if Shikarabe's team pulled back, she should be able to see them soon. Elena had no idea whether Shikarabe's team was having a hard time or they were doing well. Seeing Elena, who was looking in the direction where Shikarabe's team went with a worried expression, Sarah smiled at her and tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, they'll be back in no time. I'm sure that you also thought so when you let them go, right?" If you're saying that I thought the danger was acceptable, then the answer is yes. Since I'm sure Shikarabe has no plans to die here, so I'm sure that he won't make a mistake if he decides to retreat. Balancing risk and profit was the main job of the hunters. The moment Elena or Akira or any other hunters stepped into the wasteland, they would be putting their life as a gambling chip. As such, it was important to make sure that they would get profit worth risking their lives. Elena already evaluated the risk and decided that it was worth the risk. Although it was not like she had absolute confidence in her decision, she also did not unnecessarily doubt it either. She trusted that the decision she made was correct. But when she said that it would be fine, it would just be her telling that to herself. And if she said that she was worried, it would only cause her to doubt her own decision. Thus, she tried not to say anything to herself. But to Sarah, it seemed that Elena was trying to be strong, which was a rare thing to do for her. Sarah found it rather amusing as she smiled. Elena tried to hide her embarrassment as she sent an intense gaze at Sarah and jabbed. "What?" "Nah, it's nothing. Like I said, it'll be fine. It's true that it's rather worrying, but I don't think Shikarabe would go as far as to sacrifice his life to save the rescue targets. I'm sure he'll make the right decision when things get dangerous. Moreover, Akira is strong enough to even make Shikarabe invite him to hunt a bounty monster. As for that Togami, since Shikarabe allowed him to come, I'm sure that he's not that weak either. It'll be fine, don't worry." Sarah might have guessed what Elena was thinking, so she used the words that Elena was avoiding. "I know." Elena felt like Sarah just read her mind. She replied back rather clumsily, trying to hide her blushed face. Carol approached Sarah and Elena. She threw a smile at them and said, "It seems that we can get a short break here. It would be great if Shikarabe's team can return back while we have the leeway." Carol turned her face and looked at the hallway leading to the room where their rescue targets were as she said that. It did not seem like any monsters were going to come out from that direction. They wanted to believe that it was because Shikarabe's team was still pushing forward while killing the monsters on their way. "I really hope they will return back safely soon, right?" Carol said so as if she was asking if Sarah and Elena also felt the same. From the way she sounded and the expression that she had, it seemed that Carol was simply worried about Shikarabe's team. Sarah replied back casually, "It'll be fine, they'll be back in no time." As for Elena, she seemed to be somehow suspicious of Carol, but she agreed with Carol. "You're right, I too hope they'll be back safely soon." Carol smiled as she confirmed that both Sarah and Elena agreed with her. But then she said something that might cause a worry. "Well, 2 of the 3 hunters in Shikarabe's team are young boys after all. I guess it's understandable to be worried. I did see Akira's skill from up close and I know how strong he is, but for that Togami I can't say I'm not worried. What do you think?" Elena was the one who answered Carol's question. "He at least has good equipment on him. As for his ability, well, Shikarabe allowed him to join, so I'm sure he's not that bad." Carol nodded in agreement with that evaluation. "That's true. I also don't think he's that bad either, but I do think that Akira is still stronger than him." Elena and Sarah nodded in agreement with what Carol said. After Carol confirmed that, she then frowned and said, "But, if we look at them from a glance without any prior information beforehand, I think Akira looks to be the weakest one, doesn't it?" Sarah was a bit surprised. "Is that so?" "Yeah. That is if we only judge solely based on their outer appearance. Not to mention, his equipment seems to be the worst among them too. I actually can guess the ability of most hunters just from seeing them, and my guesses never missed that much until now. Or at least that's what I thought. Akira is the first one who I was wrong about. Honestly speaking, I find that really strange." After all, I've never gotten my guess wrong by this much until now. It really made me lose my confidence. If she had not met Akira in the Saranthal building and fled together from that building, Carol would not have had the chance to see Akira's real ability. If she had met Akira carrying the same equipment in Kagomayama City, she would have thought he was just one of those common hunters in the Eastern District, and she would not be that intrigued by him. Carol then asked a question to Sarah and Elena. Hypothetically speaking, let's say if you meet Akira without any prior knowledge about him, do you think you'll be able to recognize his real ability? Elena and Sarah thought for a bit, looked at each other, and then started trying to analyze that question again. Sarah was thinking about how to answer Carol's question, while Elena was trying to probe why Carol asked that question. Both of them were thinking about two different things. Sarah smiled bitterly and answered first. I don't think I would be able to do that. It's true that Akira seems weak from a glance, and he sometimes seems nervous when exploring the ruins. If you ask me whether I can recognize his skill without any prior knowledge, I would say that it'll be very unlikely. As for Elena, she answered back with a common answer as if she was trying to give a neutral reply. Even if you said to do that from a glance, you can actually pretty much guess the ability of a hunter from their outer look, body composition, how old he or she looks, and the quality and number of equipment he or she is carrying. So let's say if I meet Akira in the relatively safe residential area of Kagomayama City while he's on his casual clothing, I would say that it's impossible to see through his real ability in that situation. Carol was listening closely to both of their answers. She then smiled as if she was satisfied. So, even Sarah and Elena can't do that too, huh? Well, I guess we're lucky to have met someone who hides his real ability like Akira in a situation where we can actually see his real ability, right? Yep, as I thought, we should hold it dearly. Sarah smiled and said, well, now that you mention it, we're indeed lucky. Elena's expression somewhat softened as she said, you can say that again. So let's do our best to properly do our job so that Akira won't cut his connection with us. Carol smiled and nodded, showing that she agreed too. As she was about to continue chatting in a good mood, suddenly, one of the piles of wreckages that they set up to barricade the room moved. The monsters that were on the other side of the pile were trying to either dismantle the barricade or push the pile off. Carol, who noticed it, slightly frowned as she clicked her tongue. She then immediately ran to that particular hallway with her gun ready in her hand and an obviously annoyed face. She stood in front of the pile and stuck her gun into that pile. She pulled the trigger while her gun was still pushed into that pile, aiming at the monsters on the other side of that pile. The muzzle flash flashed the inside of the pile as flashes passed through the small opening among the wreckages. The powerful piercing bullet easily pierced through the pile and hit the monsters on the other side. Carol kept her finger on the trigger as if she was venting her irritation. The piercing bullets easily shot down the monsters on the other side of the pile and turned them into extra obstacles, preventing other monsters from coming from that hallway. Carol whispered. It was obvious that she was angry since she got interrupted back there. Good grief, right when I have the chance to gather more info. Can't these monsters be a little more considerate? From that short exchange, Carol confirmed that Elena and Sarah also could not accurately guess Akira's real skill. Carol at least expected it until that point. Her real qualm was about Elena and Sarah, who did not find it strange how big the gap between how strong Akira looked and how strong he really was. That was the big difference between both of them and Carol. If Carol had to make a guess, it might be Sarah was not bothered by something like that in the first place, but that should not be the case for Elena. She should at least find it strange, question it, and at least make some guesses about it. But judging from their expression and the tone of their voice when they spoke, Carol did not feel any trace of anything like that from both Sarah and Elena. So in short, Sarah and Elena should have the answer to that question, or at least they should have a good guess to explain the reason why such a huge gap was created. Once Carol confirmed it and understood it, she had successfully completed half of her reason why she talked with both Sarah and Elena back there. But the moment she wanted to make the move to accomplish the other half of her aim, the monsters just came barging in and interrupted her. Well, I guess I'll just leave it as that. It's a good thing that now I know Elena and Sarah know the reason behind Akira's real strength. Wait, no, damn it. As I thought, it's really bothering me. Since Carol knew about it now, she could not help but be bothered by it. She then put all her irritation in her bullets and vented it toward the monsters that interrupted her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Togami was barely able to follow Shikarabe and Akira. They were pushing through the hallway against the monsters that filled it, aiming for the room where their rescue targets were. Other than only being able to slowly proceed because of the number of monsters there, they did not encounter any other trouble. But the number and the strength of the monsters were already above what Togami could handle. Akira and Shikarabe forced their way forward relying on their firepower. As for Togami, he was barely able to follow them while picking the monsters that the other two had missed since both of them prioritized more on pushing forward as fast as they could. It did not seem that Shikarabe had any plans to slow down just to let Togami catch up. Akira also did not seem to be willing to get left behind to help Togami fight against the swarm of B-18 monsters. Although both of them had no plans to leave Togami behind, if Togami could not catch up with them and if he could not follow them unless they helped him, then there was no helping it. That's what both Akira and Shikarabe thought about that situation. If they slowed down there, it meant that they would have to face more monsters. It would endanger them as well as Elena's team that was waiting for them back in the hall near the stairs. So in order to reach their goal as soon as possible, they prioritized more on pushing forward rather than waiting for Togami. Not to mention, Togami was the one who forced his way to join Shikarabe's team. So Akira thought that Togami would not want them to lower the speed, nor to assist him. And even if Togami wished for that unconsciously, both Shikarabe and Akira had no plans to comply at all. Togami became desperate and pushed forward. He did all he could as not to get left behind by the other two. After all, even he knew well that getting left behind in that situation simply meant death. Togami glanced at Shikarabe and Akira who were fighting the monsters in front of him. They were using the layout of the hallway and the wreckage of the B-18 monsters that they defeated to hide. They also kicked the dead monsters and used them as a shield against the incoming bullets as they did not show any hesitation at all in fighting the monsters in front of them. They sometimes showed themselves in the line of fire of the enemies, but they were able to shoot the enemies down way faster before they got shot as they kept their upper hand in that situation. Togami watched how the hunters who were better than him were moving around. It was as if they were showing the difference in their skills. Togami was making a dejected face. His desperate face was mixed with pain, envy, jealousy, regret, and disappointment in himself. But looking from the other people's point of view, Togami was actually doing pretty well. His sharpened concentration reached the end of his four limbs as he moved them around quickly, showing the skill that he had polished through daily training. Seeing how the other hunters who were better than him were moving around, he quickly imitated them and boosted his skill even more. Togami was using every single ounce of his power there. His movement was already above his usual limit. As he was working together with the other hunters who were better than him and trying desperately to catch up with them, plus from the daily training that he had gone through, his talent started to bloom there. Togami himself noticed that he was moving better than he expected. When he realized that, he could feel compliments for his growth starting to echo in the back of his mind. But that was not enough. It was far away from enough for him to have the same pride in himself that he once had. Togami could see how Shikarabe, who had better equipment than him, was moving very well suitable for someone who was using those powerful equipment. While on the other hand there was also Akira, who although was using worse equipment than him, was able to perform really well. Even with his high-quality equipment on, Togami was barely able to catch up. This all meant that he was truly lacking in skills. This single fact prevented Togami from feeling satisfied with his current skill level. Right at that time, suddenly a B-18 monster flew to his right. Togami immediately froze up the moment he saw that monster. His reaction was late, as he tried to aim his rifle at that monster as fast as he could, but that monster had already fixed its aim at him first. The logical side of Togami shrieked that he would not make it on time. He prepared himself to welcome death. But suddenly that monster crashed down in a single shot. Togami was taken aback and turned in the direction where that shot came from. He could see a CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle pointed in his direction. It was Akira. Akira had noticed that monster ahead of time. He immediately turned back, readied his CWH anti-material rifle, and sniped that monster before it could shoot at Togami. Akira then just casually turned around again, and continued fighting the monsters in front of him, as if he did something that was nothing unusual. But behind him, Togami was watching Akira's back with teary eyes as if he was about to cry. Damn it! Togami himself was not sure to whom he said that to and why he said that. He then picked himself up and continued forward. Akira was pushing his way forward, aiming for the room that was not that far ahead of him. He used his CWH anti-material rifle to fight the B-18 monsters. The special ammo that he used could easily break the force field armor, pierce the monster's body all the way to the other end, and then hit the other monster behind it. The monster that got its control device destroyed in one shot turned into big wreckage. Akira then used his augmented suit to kick it to the deeper part of the hallway, and crashed it into the other monsters. He was also using the wreckage to shield himself from the monsters in front of him as he kept pushing forward. In reality, Akira's augmented suit was not designed for CQC. But thanks to Alpha's support, the augmented suit would harden only the moment his kick connected. Furthermore, Alpha was also doing other small adjustments like transmitting the shock from the kick to Akira's whole body to reduce the burden on his leg. But of course there was a limit to how far that could continue. The moment Akira kicked a monster, suddenly a strange sound came out from his leg. But rather than pain, Akira could feel something else that was equally bad and twitched. It just made a crack sound though. It did. Didn't it? Alpha smiled casually at Akira and replied, "Don't worry, your leg is not broken. That doesn't mean that everything is fine as long as it's not broken, you know? It'll heal up in no time. Aren't you glad that you bought that expensive medicine?" That's not the problem here. Akira swallowed another pill of the medicines that he already had in his mouth when he said that. It seemed that he had gotten so used to it to the point that he was using the 2 million orum per box medicine without any hesitation. The medicine that he had taken beforehand quickly fixed the source of that strange sound, his bone, together with the muscle that got torn up from the kicking. And before the effect of the last medicine that he took had worn off, Akira swallowed another pill to make sure that any injury in his body would immediately get healed. The current situation was actually way above what Akira could handle. So in order to be able to face that situation, Alpha was controlling Akira's body through his augmented suit and moving his body around pretty violently. His muscle was torn when he suddenly accelerated, his bone cracked when he suddenly stopped. In order to avoid enemy shots while shooting back at them, Akira had to shoot from positions where he could not properly take in the kickback from his rifle, so in order to do that, he relied on the power of his augmented suit and put his body in even more burden. And when he kicked the wreckage on the floor, the impact was transmitted to his leg as if he was dragging it on the floor. So for Akira, fighting in that situation was the same as crushing his body bit by bit. The medicine that he took beforehand would then immediately heal any injuries, and only by that was he able to sustain himself in that situation. Akira kept on complaining to Alpha through telepathy while fighting the monsters there. Then Alpha would respond back while smiling as usual. That silly talk that he was having there helped him to keep his calm in the middle of that battle filled with flying bullets from both directions. It served as a support to Akira's mental state. As long as Alpha was smiling like usual, it meant that his life was not in danger. No matter how many times bullets passed close to his face, no matter how many monsters that he was facing, as long as Alpha was smiling like usual, Akira was sure that he still had the upper hand. Even if that was only his misconception, that kind of good misconception was something that he needed in that situation. He did not need any pessimistic opinion that might disturb his calmness. Akira somehow was already over such a thing as he continued fighting without showing any hesitation, and even having a confident smile plastered on his face. Looking at that Akira, Alpha somehow smiled in satisfaction. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question. "We've gone quite far though? How far away is that room from here?" "It's not that far ahead, just a little more." Alpha pointed his finger toward a huge pile of dead monsters not too far from him. "What's up with that pile?" "The entrance to that room is basically behind that pile of wreckage. I bet the people who barricaded themselves inside that room killed the monsters that were trying to enter that room and eventually created that pile." Akira's face twitched. He seemed a bit disturbed. "Do we really have no other choice but to remove that while fighting the monsters? If I have to add more, I would say that you would need to secure the entrance while checking the inside of the room too. Otherwise, you'll get trapped inside that room. Good grief, what a pain in the butt. Is there anything we can do to remove that pile in one go? The moment Akira said that, the pile in front of that entrance was suddenly blown away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reina, Shirori, and Kane stood in front of the entrance of the room where they barricaded themselves. Although they were in the middle of barricading themselves inside that room, Kane noticed fighting was going on outside and decided that it was their chance to escape. They immediately finished all of their preparation, and now they were ready to go out. There was a good chance the monsters that they were running from were still roaming outside the room, and there was no mistaking it that those monsters were in the middle of a fight against something else. The most important thing was not the fact that the monsters were fighting against something else, but that they were in the middle of a fight. If they had to make an optimistic guess, they might be fighting against a squad sent to rescue them, but there was no guarantee that those hunters could reach that room. Moreover, they might be just completely different hunters fighting against the monsters for a completely different reason. Their best chance there was to use the chaos happening outside to slip away and make a run. Both Shirori and Kane thought so. They knew that they might not get another chance. Kane was smiling casually and turned to Reina. "Milady, are you ready?" Reina looked slightly nervous. "I'm okay. We can go anytime." They were about to plunge themselves into a place that was filled with monsters. It was understandable for Reina to feel nervous. Reina repeatedly took deep breaths to calm herself. She could feel her heart was thumping so hard to the point that it was so deafening for her. Shirori then gently said to Reina to help her calm down. "Milady, no matter what happens, Kane and I will protect you, so please don't be worried." Reina looked at Shirori and smiled. "I know, I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to us." Shirori smiled back confidently at Reina. Shirori had set up portable walls to barricade the entrance to that room, and there was a pile of dead monsters on the other side of that wall. Kane carefully approached that portable wall while getting herself ready. She then squeezed her fist and pulled it back. "Well then, here we go, 3, 2, 1. Kane was smiling from ear to ear. She was excited to join in on the fight. Reina had a serious look on her face as she resolved herself and gripped her rifle tightly, while Shirori also had a serious look, which showed her devotion toward Reina. 0. Kane then blew away the portable wall and the pile behind it with a single powerful punch from her right fist. Rebuild World Chapter 128 Still Growing Hunters. Akira was completely dumbfounded when the pile of monsters that was blocking the entrance to the room suddenly got blown away. From there, Kane and Shirori jumped out. Kane immediately punched a B-18 monster while Shirori swiftly sliced a B-18 monster near them. The punched monster crashed into the wall with a loud banging sound, while the sliced monster was beautifully cut into 2 symmetric pieces and fell down to the floor. Akira immediately noticed that those were Kane and Shirori. Both of them also immediately noticed Akira too. Not too long after that, Reina also jumped out from that room. The moment she was out, she immediately looked around and checked her surroundings. Shikarabe quickly grasped the current situation and shouted, "We're heading back now. Akira, you take the rear. Togami, escort them back to the hall. Let's go." Right after Shikarabe gave that order, he immediately made a 180 degrees turn in order to secure the hallway back to the hall. Kane grabbed Reina's arm and pulled her along since it seemed that Reina still did not fully understand the current situation. She then glanced at Akira and spoke to him in a good mood. "I'll leave the rear to you." Kane was waving at Akira with her free hand and a big smile on her face. Reina was half dragged by Kane as she passed beside Akira. She was still obviously dumbfounded. Shirori elegantly stopped and stood next to Akira. "Is it all right to leave the rear to you alone? Just go." Akira did not hesitate at all. Both of them were busy after all. Shirori slightly bowed at Akira before quickly catching up with Kane and Reina. Togami just stood there frozen for a few seconds. His brain could not process what just happened, but he eventually returned back to reality and flusteredly tried to catch up with the other hunters. Now Akira was left alone in the rear. Alpha was floating next to him while smiling. "Aren't you glad that you don't need to search inside that room now?" "You can say that again." We just need to return back now. Thank goodness we're in the last part of this search. It went better than I thought it would. I'm sure that the rest of the job is not that hard. You just need to return back with the rescue targets. But you should not lower your guard yet, okay? Yeah, I know. Akira pulled out his A4WM automatic grenade launcher and aimed it at the hallway. The A4WM grenade launcher immediately spewed out grenades. It was not a weapon designed to be used indoors. Even if the inside of the old ruined building was resilient, Akira still had to be careful using that rifle. Even though it was a powerful weapon, it would be meaningless if it ended up destroying the interior and blocking the hallway. That was why Akira did not use it until now. But he only needed to head back now, so Akira thought that it was even advantageous in that situation if he ended up breaking the wall and blocking the hallway to prevent the monsters from chasing them, so he pulled the trigger without holding back at all. Grenades flew from its muzzle into the hallway and swallowed the swarm of monsters coming from the deeper part of that hallway with explosions. The shockwave from the explosions did not have anywhere to escape inside the closed hallway. Thus, it was blown right back at Akira. Because of that, a huge wreckage suddenly just flew right past Akira. Akira staggered as he gasped. Whoa! Alpha amusedly looked at surprised Akira and said, "That rifle is not designed to be used indoors, so you need to be careful." Smokes raised inside the hallway and blocked the view. Akira kept his eyes on that cloud of smokes for monsters, but he did not see any disruption in the smokes. So he then decided that it should be fine as he turned around and started running back while still keeping his eyes for more monsters. Reina, Shirori, and Kane were running following Shikarabe, who was guiding them back to the hall where Elena and the rest of the hunters were waiting. Since Shikarabe destroyed most of the monsters on their way to the room, they had not much trouble on their way back. It was not like there were no monsters at all, but Shikarabe, Shirori, and Kane could handle them just fine. They then heard explosions coming from behind. It was the sound of Akira using his A4WM automatic grenade launcher. Kane glanced behind her. That Akira seems to be having fun back there. But still, I didn't expect to find him in this building. I guess this must be some kind of fate, huh? But Shirori quickly warned Kane. Stop with the chatter and focus on the fighting. It's fine, I can chat, this must basically because I have the leeway. Here. Kane kicked a B-18 monster that suddenly appeared in the hallway when she said that. As her leg that was wrapped in black tights and a pretty big shoe extended out under her maid outfit, she drove a powerful kick into the B-18 monster near her. Kane's maid outfit actually had a good defensive capability, while her black tights was a part of her augmented suit. Shirori was also using the same equipment as Kane except for the boots. The ones that Kane was using were specially designed boots for CQC. Not only was it exceptionally robust, it was also equipped with mini force field armor that could create short force field burst. It was specifically designed to boost the power of the kick of its user. The B-18 monster that Kane kicked was blasted as if it was a cannon. Shirori immediately focused her attention on another B-18 monster that appeared in the opposite direction and cut it with her blade. Shiori's blade was able to easily cut open the B-18 monster, as if it just ignored the force field armor and went straight for the monster's body. Shirori sighed exasperatedly. No matter whether you have the leeway or not, it's shameless to make unnecessary chit-chat. You know? They should have taught you that, right, Kane? But instead, Kane tried to make an excuse. They taught me that random chatter is important to calm down my nerves during a long fight though? Didn't you also do that with Milady? Your unnecessary chatter is not the same as my conversation with Milady. Shirori and Kane showed enough leeway to make that exchange while keeping their guard up and making sure that Reina was safe. Reina was running behind Kane and Shirori. The swarm of mechanical monsters that surrounded them when they were barricading themselves inside the room were mostly gone. The moment they came out from that room, Shirori and Kane immediately killed any monsters near them. Reina had considerably calmed down compared to when she was inside the room. Reina, who regained some of her composure, finally noticed Togami, who was looking in her direction. She then somehow sounded a bit harsh as she asked Togami, "What?" Togami flusteredly replied, "No, it's just that, if I'm not mistaken, you should be on the same team with Katsuya, right?" I was. But I'm no longer in Katsuya's team. So what about it? Well, no, it's nothing. Togami finally looked away. Reina kept staring at Togami with a confused look for a few seconds before she just casually returned her view forward. Togami lightly sighed and thought, what the heck am I doing? Togami was actually only glancing at Reina when she suddenly looked back at him. When that happened, he thought that he should at least say something and just spoke out anything that came up in his mind about Reina. That was all there was to it. But Reina sounded a bit annoyed when she replied. Togami was slightly overwhelmed by that, and decided to just cut their conversation short. Although Togami did not realize it himself, he actually glanced at Reina since he felt a sense of camaraderie with Reina. Togami was together with the other hunters who were better than him. Although this was only his self-evaluation, he believed that he did not contribute much. It could even be said that Akira and Shikarabe were protecting him along the way. Or at least, he did not think that he contributed much or did anything that he could be proud of during that rescue operation. At that time, Togami caught sight of Reina, who was protected by Shirori and Kene. The scene of her being protected by Shirori and Kene inside a place that was far too dangerous for her to be, and the fact that it seemed she lamented her situation there. It was basically similar to the situation that Togami was currently in. As in matter of fact, Reina's skill was indeed relatively closer to Togami than to Shirori or Shikarabe. When Reina suddenly spoke to him, Togami did not even realize that he was staring at her, and could only react flusteredly and throw out a random subject. But in the end, it seemed that it somehow annoyed Reina, and it left him with a strange feeling of self-admonishment. Reina also lightly sighed and thought, why in the world did I do that? The reason why Reina reacted harshly was because Togami's question reminded her of her own patheticness, so it was her venting to Togami. In reality, Togami's impression of Reina was simply one of the people from Katsuya's team. That was all there was to it. The only reason why he remembered her was simply because he saw Reina on Katsuya's team from time to time back when he had a one-sided rivalry with Katsuya. But on the other hand, Reina knew Togami to some extent. She knew that Togami was a skilled young hunter in Drankum. He might as well be the second strongest young hunter in Drankum after Katsuya. People in Drankum had their attention on him, and they hoped that he would be the beacon for the anti-Katsuya faction. She also knew that Togami was a skilled hunter, who successfully hunted a bounty monster with Shikarabe and a handful of other hunters. So in short, Reina saw Togami as a hunter who was above her, just like how Togami saw Shikarabe. So when Togami asked Reina if she was still in Katsuya's team, to Reina, it sounded as if Togami was asking her why an incompetent hunter, who could do nothing but tag along with Katsuya, was in this place. Reina's logical side was telling her that was not what Togami meant, and it was nothing more than her imagination. But since she thought like that once, it was hard for her to change it now. Reina realized that she just vented her anger at Togami, and she hated herself for doing that. If only they were in a safe place and they could take their time talking to each other calmly, Reina and Togami could be able to get along. But unfortunately, they did not have that luxury at the moment. The still-growing hunters, both of them, just pulled themselves together for now and somehow moved on from that worry. Akira was still shooting grenades using his A4WM automatic grenade launcher while retreating. His retreat was going very well, even too well that Akira started questioning it. The monsters stopped coming. I don't think it's because I've defeated them though. So what's going on here? Alpha casually answered his question. They might have decided fighting frontally would be ineffective, so they might be avoiding you right now. Alpha was not smiling like during the last battle, but she did not seem worried either. Her expression was neutral. Either way, let's use this chance to retreat. You're right. Although it was not as dangerous as before, Akira still could not lower his guard on his way back. Shikarabe led the group in the front while fighting the enemies that were blocking their way back to the hall where Elena and the other hunters were waiting. Once they returned back, Shikarabe immediately scanned the situation and finally sighed in relief. Elena immediately approached Shikarabe. How was the rescue? It went well, we secured the targets and retreated back without any trouble. Give us your next order to get out of this building. We basically recovered 3 hunters and they're not badly injured. Elena looked at Shikarabe, then looked at the hallway where Shikarabe came from. Not too far from the entrance, She could see Reina, Shirori, Togami and Kane running, then also Akira a little further behind them. Elena's face slightly relaxed after she confirmed that everyone was all right. But she then immediately pulled herself together and gave the next order. Sarah, Carol, we're pulling back. Carol and Sarah, who were guarding the entrance to the other hallways, gathered around Elena when they heard that. Elena then asked Shikarabe, Shikarabe, is it all right to count those 3 hunters as extra fighting hands? Yes, but only 2 of them. And keep in mind that those 2 are here to protect the other one. Got it. Shikarabe, you lead them down to the 19th floor. If the situation down there is still the same as before, we should be able to get a short rest. Roger that. Shikarabe waved at Shirori, signaling her to follow him. After Shikarabe confirmed that the other hunters got his signal, he immediately moved out to lead the way down to the 19th floor. Shirori, Reina, Kane, and Togami appeared out of the hallway, and they did not stop running as they went straight to the stairs. Elena was obviously surprised when she saw 2 maids and a young girl passing through the hall. She then mumbled while still looking at Reina and the other 2 hunters. Maid outfit? No, more than that, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Elena tried to dig through her memory, but Shirori and Kane's maid outfits distracted her from remembering them. Sarah and Carol finally grouped up with Elena. Sarah then asked Elena a question. Elena, about those hunters though. Sarah seemed to be thinking of the same thing as Elena, but Elena responded back, prioritizing her position as the leader of the team. They're the rescue targets. We'll also move out once we meet up with Akira. Shikarabe said that 2 of them are basically bodyguards for the other one, and it's okay to count them as extra fighting hands. Since I sent Shikarabe down ahead, they should not face any trouble going down. We'll join with Akira to guard the rear while retreating too. After all, the monsters from the 30th floor might chase us on our way down. Sarah looked a bit bothered as she nodded. Carol also seemed a bit bothered. If my eyes didn't trick me, I saw 2 of them are in maid outfits though. Since we can count them as extra fighting hands, there should be no need for us to protect them. So just put that back in your mind first and you can ask about things that have nothing to do with escaping from this building later. Okay. Sarah and Carol seemed a bit confused. Elena could understand their feelings. But it was not like she had the answer to that either, and it was not the place to ask that question now. So Elena decided to prioritize more on escaping that building, and save any questions for later. Akira was running through the hallway. His face slightly relaxed the moment he saw Elena and the other hunters. It seems that Elena-san and the others didn't face any trouble either. Akira, keep running. It seems that Shikarabe and the rest of the hunters have gone down first. Alpha urged Akira to hurry up. Akira was a bit surprised by that, but complied and started running faster. The moment Akira entered the hall where Elena was, one of the barricades that blocked the way to the other hallways suddenly burst open as a relatively big monster burst into the room. That big mechanical monster smashed its way through the barricade with high momentum. So the moment it broke in, the barricade was forcefully blown away, crashed into the ceiling, wall, and floor as they made loud banging sounds. One of the wreckages was even sent flying towards Elena even though she was far from that barricade. Although it really surprised her, she was able to nimbly evade the wreckage that flew straight at her. The same thing happened to Carol and Sarah, but they skillfully kicked the flying wreckages aside. The big monster was more or less tall enough and wide enough to block the whole hallway alone. It was wrapped with a robust-looking body. Although about 10 meters of its body had extended out of the hallway, it was not its full length yet. There was no telling how far its body extended down the hallway. Akira ducked and evaded the flying wreckage as he was running to where Elena was. He then quickly turned around, aimed his A4WM automatic grenade launcher at that big monster, and pulled the trigger. The grenades flew out straight to that big monster, stuck on its armor and exploded. The impact forced that big monster down into the floor and kept it flat on the floor. But then a part of its lower armor suddenly peeled off and legs with wheels appeared under those peeled off armors. It seemed that Akira was able to somehow stop that monster momentarily, but Elena immediately shouted at him, "Keep running!" Akira immediately ran toward the stairs, and was about to go down the stairs. In that instant, a part of the monster's big body peeled off, exposing the guns under it. On the next moment, it shot indiscriminately inside the room as if to make sure that it hit all nooks and crannies around it. Loud gunshots followed with a barrage of bullets filled the room. It hit everything indiscriminately: wall, floor, ceiling, and even the wreckage of the other monsters. Akira, Elena, Sarah, and Carol quickly jumped down the stairs and barely avoided the bullet storm. It was a rather intense situation. They then hurried to catch up with Shikarabi, who went down earlier. The situation below the 30th floor did not seem to have changed much. There were no extra monsters at all. And since they already destroyed most of the monsters on their way up, they were able to quickly and safely go down. Sarah was still running when she suddenly asked a question to Elena. Elena, did that huge monster not trigger your radar? Elena frowned. Sadly enough, yes. Not only the sensitivity of my information gathering device is lowered in this building. The dead monsters that we used to block the other hallway were also producing weak signals that might have interfered with my information gathering device. I'm sorry. It seemed that Elena felt responsible for that. Sarah just smiled at her and replied, "Don't worry about it. If you couldn't detect it, then there's really nothing we can do about it. It's not like I'm blaming you here, right, Akira?" Akira lightly smiled and agreed to what Sarah just said. "Yes, I agree with Sarah-san. So please don't worry about it." Akira then sent a glance to Carol, who understood what Akira was trying to say. Honestly speaking, she was not interested in blaming it on Elena at all, but at the same time she also wanted to know why she could not detect a monster that big. Back then, Carol noticed that Akira suddenly ran faster. If Akira did that because he knew about that big monster, it would mean that he was able to detect a monster that Elena could not. But then again, Akira's surprise did not seem to be fake the moment he saw that monster. Although she still had some questions, it was not the time to ask those questions. Carol held her curiosity back as she smiled at Elena and said, "The fact that no one detected that huge monster means that it might have some kind of special camouflaging device that exploits the lowered sensitivity of our information gathering device. Or maybe that the setting adjusted to help to detect the smaller monsters is not good at detecting big monsters. But if we readjust the setting to focus more on detecting big monsters, we will have trouble with the smaller monsters instead. So I think this is where it's important to make a compromise. I'm just happy that we could survive that big monster without losing anyone." After saying that, Carol checked Akira's reaction. Akira seemed to be listening closely to her, and nodded in agreement. It seemed that she made the right decision there to even put up a reason as to why Elena was blameless in order to score some point with Akira. As Carol thought, Akira seemed to lack common knowledge for hunters and he was showing interest in such a thing. After Carol was able to confirm that, she kept her poker face although she was smiling happily deep inside. After Elena heard supportive words from her best friend that she was together with for years and a young boy that she got along well just recently, plus extra reasoning that Elena was pretty sure Carol said mostly for someone else, Elena pulled herself together and smiled. She sounded delighted as she said, "Thank you. Now I know that there is such a kind of monster too. I'll be more careful next time." Sarah smiled satisfied seeing that Elena had cheered up. But still, how did a monster that big get inside the hallway? I wonder if that thing is a part of the security of this building. Akira seemed interested in that subject too. It doesn't seem to be an extra security monster though. Not to mention with its size, I don't think it can move around freely inside the hallway. Carol, do you have any guess? You're pretty knowledgeable about the Swordsmanship building, right? Carol frowned and said, "As far as I can tell, I don't remember monsters like that guarding this building before. In the first place, with a body that big, I don't think it's possible for that monster to come from outside of the building. I really have no idea why that thing is in this building." There was no one present who could answer that question, so they decided to just shelve it for now and move on. They were able to reach the 19th floor and group up with Shikarabi without any trouble. Reina and Togami were breathing heavily. Compared to them, Akira looked completely normal. Rather than the difference in their physical strength, it was more because of the medicines that Akira kept consuming. But Reina and Togami, who saw Akira, could not help but misunderstand. They looked at Akira with a mix of surprise and amazement. Elena then gave an order to everyone there. We'll head out again after 5 minutes. Until then, make sure that you have everything ready." Akira immediately checked his equipment. He pulled out reserve ammo from his rucksack and reloaded his rifle even if he only used it once. He also replaced the empty reserve magazines attached around his body, refilled the medicines in his pocket, and replaced the energy pack of his augmented suit. While in the middle of doing that, Akira suddenly mumbled, "I used quite a lot of my reserve supply this time." DVTS Minigun Extended Magazine, CWH Anti-Material Rifle Special Ammo, A4WM Automatic Grenade Launcher Grenades Magazine, Medicine Augmented Suit Energy Pack. All of them were expensive consumables. But Akira did not remember wasting any of them. It was a necessary expense. But still, when he imagined how much expense he had accumulated there, he could not help but to smile bitterly and lightly sigh. Alpha then teasingly smiled at him. "Just in case if you want to know, I can tell you how much you've spent until now." "No thanks," Akira answered back firmly. After all, if he was worried about the money that he used to fight the monsters, it might force him to pay that cost with his life later. He thought that he could worry about it later after he returned back alive. "It should be alright, I should be able to earn more money. Not to mention I made quite a lot of money yesterday too." As for this request, Carol and Elena-san should have properly negotiated the details with the city management. And since we successfully rescued Reina, I should get an extra reward from Drankum too. It should be alright. Akira was telling himself that it should be fine. He should not think how many days the money that he spent this time would have bought in the inn where he once lived, or how many times he could eat in that luxurious restaurant that he visited once out of Shiori's invitation with the money that he spent that day. Akira kept telling himself not to think about it. Alpha just smiled and said, "You're right, it should be alright maybe. You should be able to end up with huge profits from this request. That's why, if you want to get extra motivation, it should be alright to use the reward that you get this time to eat a meal in that luxurious restaurant where Shiori invited you in the past." "I know you're saying that on purpose." Akira tried his best not to show his emotion on his face. Alpha smiled at Akira, who was trying to keep his poker face, and said to him, "Oh my, that's not true at all. I'm just saying that since I think it's totally okay to reward yourself with something like that after working this hard. It's not like I'm teasing you for taking this dangerous request from Elena without thinking much about the reward, you know?" Alpha was still smiling like usual next to Akira, while Akira just silently continued checking his equipment. His face only twitched for a bit in response to what Alpha said to him. Rebuild World Chapter 129, Reinforcement Squad. Akira was still pouting after Alpha poked fun at him, but then Kane suddenly spoke to him as if she could not read the mood. "Akira, we meet again." "Yeah." Akira replied as if he was not interested in talking with Kane at the moment, but she ignored that. "But still, what a coincidence to meet you in this place. If you're going to come here, you should have come with us right from the start, you know? I'm here not because I plan to come here right from the start, and it's not like I came to this building to rescue you in the first place. You should ask Shikarabe for the details." "Is that so? Well, whichever the case, thanks for saving us." For some reason, Kane was looking at Akira with interest. In contrast to that, Akira looked at Kane with a little suspicion. It was because he had no idea why Kane was so interested in talking to him. To be more precise, it was just that Kane had no reservation when it came to approaching someone else, while on the other hand, Akira was being careful to anyone who approached him without any good reasons. Both of them simply did not suit each other. Kane was interested in Akira's strength. A part of it was because she could not figure out how strong Akira was. From the story that she heard, she knew that Akira could fight evenly against Shiori when she was using her trump card in the underground city of Kazusuhara Ruin. Shiori's trump card was a special accelerator drug that increased concentration, sharpened sense, and slowed down time perception. The price of using that drug was putting one's brain under immense stress that might render its user paralyzed for a few days. But in exchange for that, it could completely transform its user into a superhuman while that drug was still in effect. So, the only people who could fight Shirori in that state must be powerful peoples. But when Akira faced Katsuya during that incident with a pickpocket girl, even after Akira released an excessive level of killing intent, he ended up slowly retreating back. In reality, since Kane left that place with Reina and Shirori early, she could only hear what happened after they left from the other people. But from what she heard, it seemed that in the end Katsuya did not hand over that girl to Akira, and Akira just silently left. It was true that Katsuya was a powerful hunter, but compared to Shirori with her accelerator drug, he was obviously weaker. So, since Akira retreated back from Katsuya, then it would mean Akira was not that strong. While on the other hand, Shikarabe and Akira got pretty close to the room where Kane was hiding with Reina and Shirori. When she was about to go down the stairs, Kane glanced around to check the situation, and judging from what she could see, they would have fought their way through the monsters to get that close to that room, which meant that Akira must be pretty strong. And that Akira was now right in front of her. Kane was pretty confident in her ability to evaluate someone with her eyes. And from what she could see, Akira was indeed pretty strong for a hunter of his age. That was all there was to it, nothing more. So in short, Akira did not seem that particularly strong. She could not feel a trace of vigor, pressure, or aura that strong people usually had. He seemed to be just a common hunter like all the other hunters in the Eastern District. Kane had enough reason to think that Akira was not that strong, while at the same time, she also had enough evidence to believe that Akira was pretty strong. Because of that, Kane could not say for sure how strong he really was. She was smiling while guessing Akira's real strength. Yep, no idea at all. I can't really tell if Akira is strong or not. Honestly speaking, I want to poke at him to see how strong he really is, but as expected, I shouldn't do that in this situation. Kane's impression of Akira was simply someone whose strength was unknown to her. Even for someone like Kane, she knew that she had to prioritize her current duty at the moment. So in short, if they were in a different situation, she might have already poked at Akira right now. Kane honestly felt a bit bummed by that. Togami and Reina were really stressed out as they were trying to catch their breath, but after staying in that safe place for some time, both of them eventually were able to calm down. Once they had calmed down and had enough leeway to put some of their attention to the current situation, both of them immediately directed their gaze to things that bothered them the most. For Reina it was Carol, while for Togami it was Kane and Shirori. But technically speaking, both of them were bothered by the same thing, their appearances. Reina looked at Carol and thought, "What is with that augmented suit? It's really something." Or more like, no matter how you look at it, it's designed for seducing men, right? Although I heard that some old-world augmented suits have that kind of design, it's the first time for me to see someone actually using it. Is it just an augmented suit from the current era but with an old-world design? Or is it an old-world relic? Whichever the case, I'm impressed that she's actually using it. Is it a matter of getting used to that design? The curve is pretty intense too. Is it just that it looks intense simply because of the design? Reina looked really bothered as she was staring at Carol's augmented suit. At the same time, Togami looked at Kane and Shiori's maid outfit and thought, "That thing is a maid outfit, right? And maids are those people who serve in a big mansion for rich people, right? So why are there maids in this old-world ruin? Are those maid outfits actually old-world relics with strong defensive power and they're using it in place of normal armor? But for some reason they look pretty much used to it, though it doesn't feel like they're hunters. But Shikarabe said that our rescue targets are Drankum hunters, right? Wait, he might be talking about Reina and those two might be Reina's maid. But again, why would a hunter have maids?" Togami seemed so confused as he was staring at Shirori and Kane. Shirori was standing next to Reina, offering her a stamina drink. Reina thanked Shirori and drank it. Shirori noticed that Togami was looking in her direction, but she did not pay much attention to it. She herself understood that her maid outfit would attract some attention. And as long as she was there as Reina's maid, there was no need to put too much attention to what other people thought or said. After Carol finished her preparation, she nibbled on a ration that looked like grilled rice dumplings. Although it looked like a simple snack from the outside, it was actually infused with restorative and healing properties. It also replenished the nanomachines that she used during the last fight. For Carol, Consuming that food was equally important as replenishing her reserve ammo. Carol also noticed that Reina was looking at her, but she just ignored that. Although the design of her augmented suit was made to seduce men, it sometimes also attracted attention from the other women. Some women who were not used to seeing old-world design often threw glances at her out of pure curiosity without any ill will. There were also girls who did not like having a hunter in that appearance near them. Even Carol herself knew that much. She thought as long as Reina did not complain or say anything about her appearance, then there was no reason to be bothered by that. Kane then turned to Togami, who was looking at Shirori. So she then looked at Shirori before shifting to Reina, who was next to Shirori. Since Reina was looking at Carol, Kane's eyes soon ended up on Carol. Kane was somehow smiling amusedly. She then threw a smile at Carol. Whoa! That augmented suit is really something. Akira was caught by surprise. He did not expect that Kane would go and ask that question. Akira looked around and noticed that most of the hunters there had the same impression as him. Carol was lightly surprised as she turned to Kane. After all, to her, it did not seem like Kane was someone who paid attention to appearances. Carol smiled confidently as she replied to Kane's remark. I won't deny that, but I don't want someone in a maid outfit to say that to me. Akira unconsciously nodded lightly. What Carol said did make sense, and Akira could feel that the other hunters there would agree with him. Kane smiled back and said, This is a maid outfit. It would be great if you don't treat it the same as that augmented suit with a design that is obviously for seducing men. No matter how you look at it, your design sticks out far more than this. Or is that you're already used to that design? Carol smiled and replied, That's weird for you to say that when you voluntarily use that maid outfit and come all the way here to an old world ruin when there are many armors out there with the same fighting capability. I don't know whose maid you are, but I wonder if that person doesn't think that it'll be sticking out. Or is it out of fetish or something? Kane and Carol were smiling at each other. Although it was not exactly a friendly exchange, it was not a hostile exchange either. It did not feel like they were challenging each other and picking a fight. As Akira was looking at both of them with a slightly troubled face, Kane suddenly turned to him and threw a question. Akira, which one do you think is weirder? Akira obviously looked troubled when Kane suddenly threw that question at him. But then Carol asked a similar question to him too. Oh, good idea. Kira, which one do you think is the weird one? Which one do you think sticking out the most? Instead of answering their questions, Akira asked a question to both of them. Why are you both asking me? Kane and Carol replied with similar answers as if they had already decided to do that beforehand. Isn't it fine? It's just out of curiosity. Isn't it fine? It's just out of a whim. Akira looked around. Elena and Sarah were holding back their laughter. Shikarabe looked like he did not care at all. Reina and Togami looked at Akira as if they were waiting for Akira's answer. And Shirori was just standing next to Reina with a neutral face. Akira could feel an awkward mood drifting in the room. He then answered back honestly. Personally speaking, if it's on the first sight, I think the maid outfit sticks out more. For Carol's augmented suit, it's just a normal augmented suit with an old-world design after all. And I bet that it's not normal to see maids, whether it's only an outfit or a real maid in the old-world ruin. Akira's response was extremely biased since he had already become used to seeing old-world design because of Alpha. His opinion might be very uncommon for people around his age. As in matter of fact, Reina and Togami were obviously surprised by Akira's answer. After listening to Akira's answer, Carol sported a winning smile. While on the other hand, Kane lightly waved her hand left and right while shaking her head too. She then spoke to Akira like a veteran talking to a complete beginner. Akira, it seems that you still don't understand how wide this world is. Akira casually replied. Yeah, I've been pretty much living in a narrow world until now after all. Sorry about that. Elena lightly giggled as she joined in. We should go soon if you have the time for silly talk like that. I trust that you've finished your preparation, yes? Akira's expression turned serious. Yeah, I can go anytime. Ready when you are. Kane sounded like she was in a good mood as she said that and returned back to Reina. Carol still kept her eyes on Kane when she answered Elena's question. Yeah, no problem here. Carol was looking at Kane as if she had a question in her head. I feel like she asked me that because she was probing for something though. Is it only my imagination? Is that simply out of habit? It doesn't seem her companions are bothered by that either. Carol just concluded that Kane did that simply out of habit and decided to stop thinking about it. Once Kane returned to Reina and Shirori, Shirori whispered to Kane, I don't know what you were planning there, but hold yourself from doing anything that might cause a fight. Kane replied back as if it did not bother her at all. Well, isn't it fine? It seems that milady was wondering about it, so I was asking that question in her stead. It's no good, you know, milady. You should not stare at a hunter whom you don't know well that intently. Depending on that hunter, it might be interpreted as picking a fight after all, okay? Reina pouted and tried to deny it. It's better than asking that question straight at her after all. It's more or less the same as already picking a fight when you do that, you know? Kane was still smiling as usual when she replied back. I don't have any problem if she accepts it. That's the biggest difference between me and milady. Milady, don't tell me that you think it's okay to be a bit cheeky, just because we're protecting you, and we'll definitely do something about it when things get bad. Don't tell me that's why you keep glancing at her. It's a big problem depending on whether you do that on purpose or not, you see. Reina could not say anything back. Although she did not do that on purpose, it was also true that she could not give a straight answer if she was asked whether she did that, thinking that Kane and Shirori would definitely do something about it if things went bad. Shirori lightly sighed. Just try to behave yourself. If you get ahead of yourself, I'll cut you. Yes, ma'am. Kane replied back in a good spirit. It was hard to say from her personality whether she responded positively to behave, or that she was happy because it sounded like Shirori was willing to fight her. But at least, Kane decided to just shut up, so Shirori did not pursue any further. Kane glanced at Akira and thought. I tried to surprise Akira there with that sudden question, but it seems that he did lower his guard. It also seemed that he was pretty much relaxed while we were talking. As I thought, I guess that Akira's not really that strong, huh? Or was that only an act? Or is it that he's someone who totally changes when he's in the middle of a fight? I still don't have enough material to make any conclusion. Kane was thinking so as she lowered her evaluation of Akira. After all, that was what she could get from her own observation if she did not include stories that she heard from other people's. Kane was smiling. She was hoping that there would come a chance when she could get better information to accurately predict Akira's real strength. After everyone finished their preparations, Elena then explained the next plan. We'll go down to the first floor from here, and escape the building from the front entrance. Let's hope that the squads securing this building are still alive. Shikarabi felt there was something strange in how Elena worded her plan. Is there any reason for us to worry whether the squads outside are still alive or not? Elena lightly nodded. Yes. You already know that I left mini information gathering devices on our way up to make sure that we have a safe escape route, right? So basically, the mini information gathering device on the first floor near the entrance got some signals. It seems that multiple entities entered this building. Carol then said to Elena, can you tell me exactly the shape of this something that entered this building? If they had a human-like form, then it might be the other hunters. Or at least, that was what Carol was hoping. But Elena lightly shook her head and said, unfortunately, the device was not able to identify their shapes, and the sensitivity is lowered inside this building. So I can't say anything about their shapes. The only thing that I can say for sure is that something came into this building. Although I did say multiple entities, it might be the same object going in and out of the building multiple times on purpose to trigger the signal multiple times. So I can't really confirm the numbers too. This time Akira was the one who asked a question to Elena. Is there any chance that they are a reconnaissance team just like us? Or might even be the main rescue squad? That possibility is not zero. But if that's really the case, it might be the reconnaissance team. After all, it's unthinkable for them to send the main squad after sending us, the reconnaissance team, into this building without waiting for us to return first. Either way, just keep in mind that we might spot other hunters on our way down. Make sure not to shoot them by mistake. Understood. Akira nodded firmly. Elena lightly smiled and nodded back at him. Elena's face then returned back to her serious face. The real problem is if that's not the case, which would mean more monsters just entered the building, that would also mean that those monsters broke through the encirclement made to secure this building. There's a good chance the situation outside the building has turned dangerous. Although the possibility is pretty small, I recommend you to at least keep this in mind. After all, no one can tell what will happen from here on. Elena remembered the big monster that attacked them on the 30th floor as she warned everyone. If no one has any more question, let's move out. With that sentence, they started the operation to escape the building. Asterisk, dash asterisk, asterisk. While on the first floor, two groups of hunters were debating each other. They were the group made of hunters from Drankum and another group that was made of hunters unaffiliated with Drankum. All of them were hunters who successfully hunted bounty monsters in the past. Back then, when they were in the middle of debating on how to secure the Saranthal building, Elena's team finished their negotiation first and was sent ahead as a reconnaissance team. When that happened, there were two groups who felt that they got jumped ahead by Elena's team. The first group was the hunters not affiliated with Drankum and refused to be working under Drankum. They thought that sending Akira ahead was the decision that the Drankum side made. They thought that Drankum gave preferential treatment to that team, stating and excusing that they brought back useful information for the operation. That was not exactly wrong. Shikarabi did say that too when he negotiated with Drankum's side. As in matter of fact, the information that they brought in might have actually be used in that operation. So in order to calm them down, Drankum decided to make a compromise and send them as another reconnaissance team. The second group was the young hunters in Drankum that belonged to the Katsuya faction. To be more precise, they were able to get dispatched ahead because of support from within Drankum from Mizuha. Mizuha was rather concerned by the fact that Shikarabi was the leader of the first reconnaissance team. She also knew well how much Shikarabi hated Katsuya's guts. She was worried that Shikarabi was planning to use the achievement from this chance to influence the composition of the main squad or even to change how Drankum would treat Katsuya. So in order to fight back against Shikarabi, Mizuha even made some compromises about the main squad so that she could send ahead another reconnaissance team to the Saranthal building. After that, both teams were sent to secure the first floor of the Saranthal building, so that Elena's team would not be able to monopolize the rewards. They thought that it might be hard for Elena's team to do that since they had limited equipment and manpower, but it would be an easy job for them since they brought more people and carried better equipment. Of course, they could just gather information and bring it back too, but if they ended up bringing back the same information as Elena's team, then Elena's team, which would have returned back first, would claim the reward first. Although both groups of hunters were not that hostile to each other to the point that they would try to kill each other, there was no mistaking it that they would be disrupting each other's job. Even a small accident could immediately turn into a fight. The leader of each team was only barely able to calm their respective team down. Near the outer side of the front entrance to the Saranthal building, a hunter by the name of Kurosawa was shouting orders to his team with an annoyed face. His equipment and the aura around him clearly showed that he was a powerful hunter. Kurosawa was the leader of the team which killed the 1,500,000,000 Aurum bounty monster, Mai. He was taking the lead of the anti-Drankum team this time. Kurosawa looked at his watch and clicked his tongue. The 6th squad isn't returning back at all, although I told them to properly watch the time. Send the 8th squad in. Tell them to ask the squad securing the A, B, C and D stairs if the 6th squad went to the 2nd floor without my permission or not. Another hunter next to him then replied, I bet they'll be back if we just wait a bit longer. Kurosawa glared at that hunter. We can't check their situation at all from the 1st floor. There are 3 possible reasons why they are late. First, they might be trapped somewhere and can't return back. Second, they might not be that competent to be able to return back as we originally planned. Or third, they might be pretty stupid as not to listen to my order. But whichever the case, we treat them as MIA. There's no need to wait for them. Alright. I'll send the next. Oh, there they are. The 6th squad stepped out from the entrance. Kurosawa signaled them to come with his finger. Once they stood in front of him, Kurosawa then asked them a question that was mixed with insult. From what I can see, it doesn't seem any of you are injured. Were you almost killed somewhere or something? The leader of that squad sighed and answered that question. We were about to return back on time when one of those kids picked a fight with us, you see. If you tell us that it's okay to shoot them, we would have been able to return back on time though. Where? Hallway C7. Kurosawa clicked his tongue again when he heard that. He then gave a signal for the 6th squad to just go and take a rest before he headed to where the Drankum side's leader was. The leader of the Drankum group immediately noticed Kurosawa. The other young hunters around him looked at Kurosawa with hostility, but Kurosawa did not care about them at all as he said to the leader of the Drankum group. It seems that some of your people picked a fight with my men. Can you at least properly discipline them? I don't mind if you want to keep on playing around here, but I have no plans to tidy up your mess. That young hunter glared back at Kurosawa as if he was trying to put Kurosawa under some pressure. If that's really the case, we're sorry. And also, stop saying something like that, everyone here is being serious. That young hunter responded back just like a hunter should. The impression that he was giving off was different compared to those new green hunters or former hunters. A skilled hunter would be able to immediately recognize his real strength and disregard his young age. That was also the case for Kurosawa. He knew that the young hunter in front of him was a rather talented hunter. Although for now, he was nothing more than a skilled young hunter, it was only a matter of time until the young word get dropped. The young hunter in front of him might be a stronger hunter than him in the future, but that was still in the future, not now. Kurosawa looked down at the weaker hunter standing in front of him and said to him with mockery, "I'm being serious here. If we objectively evaluate your performance, that would be the result." I'm not a Drankum hunter after all, so I'm not obliged to choose my words just to keep your mood. Am I right, Katsuya-kun of Drankum? The leader of the Drankum team was Katsuya. Katsuya glared even more intensely at Kurosawa, but Kurosawa just ignored him. Rebuild World Chapter 130 Huge Turret. Kurosawa's group and Katsuya's group were in the middle of securing the first floor of the Saranthal building, but they were working completely separate from each other. They had agreed beforehand to operate separately to reduce the possibility of causing trouble, and they also agreed if any of them retreated, the other party could continue searching the building. And just like before, there was something inside that building that prevented people from making any contact from the inside of the building. Because of that, Kurosawa and Katsuya stayed outside the building to keep contact with Kagomayama City and the hunter office while giving orders to their respective group. Eri, who was next to Katsuya, looked coldly at Kurosawa. "Is that all?" Kurosawa looked at Eri. His expression then returned back to normal. He could see a resolve from Eri's eyes, so he had no plans to mock someone with that kind of resolve. People like her were not to be underestimated no matter how weak they were. After all, they often used insult and mockery as fuel to strengthen their resolve, which eventually fueled their growth. And here I thought that they are just a group of stupid children who mistook the power of their equipment as their own skill when they defeated the bounty monsters. After all, they could only get those powerful equipment because of the extensive sponsor and support that they received. But it seems that's not exactly the case, huh? Kurosawa's evaluation of Katsuya's group had gotten better, although only slightly. He then faced the person who caused that change and said to her, "Yeah, that's it all. We've agreed beforehand to handle different areas to make sure that we don't disrupt each other. So just be careful next time. Later then." He already conveyed what he wanted to say, and was sure that Katsuya understood that he wanted them to stop wandering into his area. Although at first he was planning to complain about other things too, he decided to back down as a form of respect to Eri. When Kurosawa was about to leave Katsuya alone, he suddenly stopped. He saw a girl come out running from the entrance of the Saranthal building. Kurosawa stopped thinking that it might be some kind of emergency, but judging from how that girl was running, it did not seem to be the case, so he decided to just forget about it and return to his post. That girl, Lilina, ran straight to Katsuya and said to him as if she was venting her anger, "Katsuya, they mocked us again. You should go there and say something to them." Katsuya tried to calm Lilina down. "Lilina, calm down, tell me what happened. What the heck is wrong with those people sounding so arrogant like that? We're also hunters who successfully hunted a bounty monster. You know? They should show some respect for us. When Lilina was about to explain what happened to Katsuya, or at least what she thought she was doing, she saw Kurosawa walking away. Although she did not know if that was Kurosawa, she knew for sure that person was not from Katsuya's group, and that was enough of a reason for her. Lilina then stopped Kurosawa. You stop there. I know that you guys are strong hunters who have defeated a bounty monster, but we have too. Just because we're doing well, that's not a reason for you to keep sabotaging us out of envy. Kurosawa stopped. He looked obviously annoyed as he sighed and turned around. So where is it? Lilina seemed confused. What do you mean by where? What a dunce. I also received a report that some hunters from your group picked a fight with my men, so I'm asking you where that happened. Isn't it obvious already? It's on the first floor of the Swordsmanship building. Are you too stupid to even make such a simple guess? Swordsmanship building has multiple floors and it's pretty big. There are also countless individual rooms inside it. So where exactly is it on the first floor? It's not in a room but in a hallway. What about it? Which hallway? Is that even important? What's wrong with you and your stupid questions? Lilina talked back at Kurosawa with a prickly tone, venting out her anger at him. Kurosawa's gaze shifted from Lilina to Katsuya. He sighed on purpose to express his exasperation and mockery. He then said to that Katsuya with a tone that obviously showed he was ridiculing Katsuya. Swordsmanship building is a dangerous place where many hunters lost their lives after stepping inside. So it won't be strange if you get suddenly attacked by a swarm of monsters out of the blue when you're inside the building. Not to mention, for an unknown reason, the sensitivity of information gathering devices is significantly lowered inside that building, which makes it harder to accurately detect things around you. And with the inability to contact each other, hunters have no other choice but to only judge whether they are looking at friends or foes solely on their visions. So of course, hunters get more high-strung inside that building, and when you encounter another group of hunters roaming around in the same area, there's a good chance that it might cause misunderstanding and even fight too. So in order to avoid unfortunate accidents, it's important to refrain from unnecessarily interacting with the other group. That's exactly why, for the sake of safety and profit, our operation areas are properly divided from the beginning, or at least that's what I understand. The patrol time and route are decided beforehand, and we are properly following it. It's designed so that when any of us encounter someone else inside that building, they don't need to spend too much time checking if they're friendly or not, and just can make an assumption that they are hostile. And if any of us can't return back on time, it can be assumed that there's a fight inside the building. The report that I got is saying that the fight happened in C7 hallway. It's obviously inside our territory, and it's not a place that you can enter by pure chance. So as long as you don't enter it on purpose or unless you get lost inside the building, you should not be able to go there. Kurosawa's expression changed from mockery to hostility. I don't know whether it's just stupid hunters who entered that place on purpose or it was just stupid hunters who got lost inside that building, but in this case we're basically not the one at fault even if we suddenly open fire. Whichever the case, are you seriously sending such stupid hunters inside that building? Do you seriously want to pick a fight with us that much? Lilina was overwhelmed by Kurosawa's pressure, but she was somehow able to talk back. We just passed through it for a bit. There's no need for you to go that far, isn't it? Kurosawa's gaze was still fixed at Katsuya. The report said that my men got into a fight. So basically it meant that your men did not withdraw from that place and even caused the patrol squad to return late. I bet it's because your men did not let my men go, right? And you still said that you just passed through it for a bit? I see. I know it might just be a bit for you. I guess this is where our understanding of how important this kind of thing differs. You should get that straight first without roping us in. We're not hunters from Drankum, so we have no plans to tidy up after your mess. Kurosawa was exuding an aura that only those powerful hunters had. There was no trace of joking or mockery in his face. He was using a tone that he would only use to talk against people who he recognized as enemies as he spoke to the leader of the other group, Katsuya. Listen here, we have no wish to fight you because it's too much of a hassle to have to fight you while we have to fight the monsters too. So at least just don't get in our way. Don't make me decide that it's faster to just clean all of you from here and continue securing this building all by ourselves. This request is from the city management and you guys are hunters from Drankum, that's why we're holding back as much as we can, but there's a limit to that too. So sort your mess out by yourselves. Got it? After Kurosawa said that, he immediately ran back to his post without waiting for a reply since one of his men contacted him and told him to get back. Kurosawa was still looking obviously annoyed as he thought. Although there seemed to be some proper hunters among them, I guess the majority are still those stupid ones, huh? Can we really secure the Saranthal building while avoiding getting into a fight with them? Are we seriously going to work with them once the main squad is here? Good grief, I swear it's better if we just leave this operation to Drankum people without roping us too, isn't it? Kurosawa was thinking about what to do next as he ran back to his station. Lilina was overwhelmed by Kurosawa's presence, but once he left, her anger quickly welled up again. She was about to burst with anger even now. What the heck is wrong with that guy? Yamina tried to calm Lilina down. Lilina, I understand your feeling, but just calm down for now, okay? In contrast to that, Eri threw short but harsh words. Lilina, shut up. Lilina was about to say something, but she stopped midway after she saw Yamina and Eri. Yamina looked at Lilina with a rather stern face, while Eri was looking at Lilina with her usual expressionless face but mixed with a tinge of hostility. Both of them were staring at Lilina, putting pressure on her. There were other girls beside Yamina and Eri around Katsuya, but Eri and Yamina had been together with Katsuya for a long time. Their hunter rank was the second highest in Katsuya's team, only after Katsuya. Their pressure was enough to shut Lilina up, and even scared her. There was no mistaking it, both of them were angry. If Lilina said anything, there was no mistaking it that both of them would get even angrier. Thus Lilina just shut up without being able to even make any excuse. Katsuya was basically a kind person. If someone weak came to him scared, no matter the reason, he would extend his hand. And even more so when it was someone from his own team, and a beautiful girl to top it off. Katsuya also felt slightly scared since he could also feel Eri and Yumina's anger. But even so, he tried his best to make a smile and calm Lilina down. Well, Lilina, just calm down for now. Are you good now? Well, let's proceed with the report. Since you returned back faster than originally planned, it means that you have something you want to report as soon as possible, right? Lilina calmed down after she saw Katsuya's gentle smile. But she still could not fully calm down, as she flusteredly tried to piece her words together. We met them when we were about to head back, and, Eri interjected. You can save that for later. First tell us, why did you return back sooner than planned? It's nothing big, but... Lilina was hesitating, which only made Eri angrier. Just spit it out. The elevator moved. Is that all? We've agreed beforehand that we won't go to the second floor until we secure the first floor, right? Since the elevator started moving, they might use it to go to the upper floor without securing the first floor first. I just thought that I need to let Katsuya know this as soon as possible so that they won't steal a start. Lilina mixed her own guesses in her report. After Kurosawa returned and received a report from his men, he frowned and asked if his men were sure they were not mistaken. Are you sure about it? Yeah, the elevator moved. So basically, no one went to the upper floor without my permission and the elevator started moving. Is that correct? Yeah, that's as long as we believe the floor's display on that elevator. The hunters who are stationed near the first floor elevator also said that they heard the elevator moving. The elevator on the first floor started moving and we have nothing to do about it. And there's no fool among us who would go upstairs without permission. Kurosawa's face turned grim as he thought. Did any of their men go upstairs and call for the elevator? No, it might be from the squad that went into this building before us. Wait, but the elevator is supposed to be unusable, right? So why has it started moving out of the blue? Did something change in the building? I have a bad feeling about this. Kurosawa then looked at his men with a serious face and said to them, inform everyone inside the building to return back as soon as possible. Everyone understand? Just leave the portable information gathering device behind. Tell them to get back here now. Also, tell the other hunters who are transporting the dead monsters outside the building to stop immediately and gather here. Also prepare their weapons. Use all the portable walls to form a barrier. Take some distance from the entrance so that you can safely focus your fire on the entrance and form a barricade around the entrance. Kurosawa's men were surprised when he suddenly gave that order to them. After all, it sounded as if Kurosawa had given up securing the building. One of them looked bewildered and said to him, "Whoa, are you sure about that? We're almost done securing the first floor, you know? Are we really going to just abandon it?" "It's fine. In the first place, there's another group who are working together with us in this place and they're not friendly to us. So even if we secure the first floor, I still doubt if it would be really safe." Moreover, it's not like I can trust those children to properly secure the area they're responsible for. And even if no monsters come out from the building, we can just restart the work to secure the building again later. But we'll definitely lose a lot of time to secure the building. Is this moving elevator really that dangerous? The amount of the secured area basically affects the reward that Kurosawa and his men would receive. Kurosawa put some pressure on his words as he replied to his men who were against retreating from the building. "It's my intuition. So this is just to be safe. You've decided to work under me when you joined this team, so stop yapping and start working. I know that it's a coward's decision, but you accepted to join this team knowing fully that I'm a careful person. If you want to question my decision, you can do that later." Kurosawa was indeed a skilled hunter with good commanding skill, but judging from that point of view, he sometimes made cowardly decisions. There were many occasions where he focused too much on pessimistic guesses during the ruin exploration and gave an order for his men to withdraw, although they could have gathered valuable relics if only they pushed just a bit further. But thanks to that, Kurosawa's team had a high survivability rate. He was different from most of the hunters in the Eastern District who would happily take a high risk just to be able to return back with a lot of relics. Instead, he preferred to maintain a long-term profit. Even during their fight against the bounty monster Mai Mai, no one got killed in Kurosawa's team, not even badly injured. Now that Miyazono ruin had turned dangerous enough that it was more or less the same as an unexplored ruin, the other hunters understood that Kurosawa's cautious nature was an important factor in making sure that they would be able to return back alive from the Saranthal building. Kurosawa's men looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Roger that, we'll do it right away." "Hurry up then." Kurosawa urged his men to hurry up with a serious face. Even if his decision was a mistake, he would not regret it. After all, just in case if that decision was not a mistake, then it meant that he would have saved a lot of hunters from facing their ends in that building. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elena's team was able to reach the first floor safely. But right when they stepped on the first floor, the hunters who have a good intuition immediately frowned. Their expression turned grim, Akira included. But before Akira was able to ask Alpha about it, she suddenly said something that he could not ignore. "Akira, sorry, but I'll need to leave you for a bit." "Again? It's for the sake of improving your current situation." Alpha only said that and immediately vanished from Akira's views. Akira could also feel his augmented suit suddenly become heavier. Although Akira's face turned even grimmer, he was still able to maintain his calmness. After all, that was not his first time, and he thought that he just needed to pass the entrance to escape the building. But that line of thinking also caused Akira to not notice something. Unlike last time, Alpha did not say that it would be all right, or that she would be back in no time, or that there was no monster around. Elena then explained the current situation to the rest of her team. "There's a big signal reading in the large hall near the entrance. It would be great if it's from a forward station made by the reinforcement team, but that might not be the case. So keep your guard up." All the other hunters nodded. They then carefully moved into the hallway. As they came closer and closer to the hall near the entrance, they started to spot dead hunters spilling fresh blood. They were fresh corpses and it seemed that they were killed by gunshot. Shikarabe checked the equipment of those dead hunters and frowned. There was a Drankum mark painted on their equipment. Their equipment is from Drankum. I bet they're young hunters from Drankum. They should be working in teams. So the fact that they didn't retrieve the dead bodies means that we're attacked and did not have the leeway to do so. Elena looked at everyone and said, "Just to be safe, we'll treat the signal from the hall as an enemy. I'll change the route based on that assumption. This doesn't change the fact that we'll have to be careful." They continued walking through the hallway, ready for battle. They found other dead bodies, but this time they just ignored them. Akira unconsciously gripped his rifle tight. He tried to control his breath to calm his nerves down. Akira had a stern expression as he called for Alpha. "Alpha, are you not done yet?" Alpha did not respond back at all. At the same time, in a vast empty white space, two girls were standing. It was Saranthal, the A manager of the Saranthal building, and Alpha. Alpha seemed obviously annoyed as she said to Saranthal, "Explain yourself." Saranthal was expressionless, but it was somehow obvious that she was also annoyed. "I'm not violating any agreements that we made beforehand. I didn't block your way when you explored the building, and I'm not preventing you from getting out of the building either. It's as we agreed on." "Then why are you using the elevator?" "That happened outside of my control. It's true that I'm the manager of this building, but there are other people too who have permission to use the facilities inside this building without going through me. Especially for the users of the 50th floor and above, they have the rights to directly use the elevator. The security drones also have that right. So I bet it was the B-18 that used the elevator." "I found B-18 drones on the 30th floor too though. They're just exercising their rights to defend themselves. I'm also actually troubled here with those drones roaming inside this building without my permission. And I also feel sorry for it. But it's not like I can do anything about it. I'm really saddened that they're creating a mess inside this building." Alpha and Saranthal continued talking to each other. None of them seemed to be willing to back down. Elena's team eventually reached the receptionist desk near the entrance. They confirmed the current situation from the piles of rubbles and wreckage inside the hall, and the holes in the walls. There were also many dead bodies lying around the hall. A fierce battle must have happened there. Those corpses were still clad in augmented suits and they were still gripping their rifles. The front hall of the Saranthal building had a tall ceiling and tall entrance doors. It even extended all the way until the 3rd floor of the building. Elena's team noticed that there were other things inside that hall that was not there when they came into that building. Reina could not help but mumble the very thing that everyone there was thinking. What in the world is that? There was a huge mechanical monster in the front hall. It was so huge to the point that it was obvious it would not fit inside the hallway of that building. Heck, it would not even fit the entrance of the building. Its body was enveloped in armor plating. It did not have legs, wheels, caterpillar tracks, or anything that it might use to move its huge body. It did not seem that it would be able to move except by flying. And even if it could move, it would not be able to get into the building because of its size. This monstrosity seemed to be stationed there to guard the building against any trespassers. Kane smiled amusedly and said, "This thing is pretty huge. How did this thing get inside this hall?" When Kane said that, the elevator in that hall suddenly opened and several B-18 monsters came out from it. Most of them went straight out from the hall, but one of them approached that big monster and climbed it. That B-18 monster then stopped right on the head of that big monsters. Then on the next moment, that B-18 monster suddenly exploded as if it activated its self-destruct protocol. Then one of the armor platings of the big monster slid open. Multiple arms came out and gathered the wreckage of that B-18 monster and pulled them inside its body. The dead B-18 monster became one with the huge monster. A new armor plating. A new machine gun. Thus making its already huge body even bigger. Elena nodded, her face was grim. "I see. So it's staying here because there are materials available here. It's one of those monsters that can fix itself." Sarah smiled wryly. "Then that means that the snake monster on the 30th floor must be there to consume the wreckages too. I get it now. It's true that there are many materials available in this building." More B-18 monsters appeared from one of the hallways and headed outside the building. But suddenly, one of them was sniped and exploded. Another bullet also hit the big monster. When that happened, a blinding light flashed. Akira frowned. That light, force field armor, huh? It reminded Akira of the powerful powered suit that he fought in the past in the Kazusuhara ruin. Shiori was observing that huge monster with a serious face. And judging from that light, it's a powerful force field armor. It would have been great if that single snipe was able to damage its body. They waited with bated breath. Then a part of that monster's armor plating crumbled down, exposing a new armor plating right under it. That armor plating then popped out as if to replace the armor plating it just lost. All of them thought about the exact same thing without saying anything. Shikarabe's face twitched. Carol, you're knowledgeable about this building, right? Do you know any secret route that we can use to escape this building? In this situation, I'm willing to pay any price you ask. Carol shook her head. Unfortunately, the front entrance is our only exit right now. Really? Yes, it is. Even if you pay me 10 billion orum, I can't give you what I don't have. Akira, who was hoping that there was another way to escape the building, looked obviously disappointed. He did not think that big monster would just let them pass through peacefully. If they wanted to get out of that place, they had no other choice but to destroy that monster. And judging from the fact that it was able to take that single snipe shot just fine, it would be a difficult task to accomplish. Since we're already on the first floor, can't we just open a hole in the wall and escape through it? No, that won't work. Carol also said that the entrance is our only logical choice. If only Alpha was here, I could ask her why it won't work though. Unfortunately enough, Alpha was still away. At this rate, Akira would have to fight without Alpha's support. Akira's expression tensed up as he tried to call for Alpha again. Alpha, are you really not done yet? And again, no reply at all. Rebuild World Chapter 131, The Augmented Suits of the Dead Hunters. Kurosawa was aiming his huge rifle from outside the Saranthal building. His rifle was so huge as if it was ripped off straight from a tank. There was no need to question its power nor its price. He was checking the enemy's situation using his aiming device. He confirmed that his shot hit its target from the flash of the force field armor. But it was a whole different question whether it damaged its target or not. Kurosawa's face twitched. His target was doing fine. Although it must have at least significantly lowered the energy reserve of its force field armor, the special expensive bullet that he used there did not give him the result that he was expecting. Kurosawa made an exasperated face as he mumbled. That didn't work, huh? So, they want to secure that building with that huge monster there. I guess that explains why they dispatched those squads to surround this building. He then checked on his men. Anyone injured? No. Everyone was able to escape from that monster unharmed. No one was left behind either, we've confirmed that. In the first place, no one here is weak enough to get injured fighting those smaller monsters that were flowing out from that building. Alright then. Everyone, get behind the portable walls and keep suppressing the monsters. Safety is number one here, there's no need to save your ammo. If the portable wall gets too weak, immediately pull back. Get about 10 hunters for transporting equipment, and focus more on materials that can be used on walls. We can retrieve the equipment for detecting monsters later. It seems that the sensitivity of our detection devices is doing well outside the building. Prioritize more on strengthening the barricade while suppressing the monsters coming out from that building. If we keep this up, even though we would fail to secure the first floor of that building, we should still be able to save some of our reputation. If the monsters are pushing back too hard, retreat and regroup with the squads surrounding this area. There's no need to get too reckless. Roger that. Kurosawa saw his men leave before aiming back at the huge monster in the front hall of the Saranthal building. Seeing that the monster was completely fine, Kurosawa's face turned sterner. I will try to shoot some more, and if it still doesn't work, I will have to give up on destroying that monster. It's impossible to get into that building without killing that monster. If that's the one taking command of the smaller monsters, it would mean that we'll be able to deal a big blow on their force if we can kill it, but should I contact the squads surrounding the area and ask them to send the humanoid soldiers to kill that big monster? I guess that would be a no. I don't even have the rights to do that, and I don't think that they'll help us anyway. Well, once the main squad is here to secure that building, someone from the upper echelon will give them the order to give us support if that is really needed. Although I don't know when that would be, it's not my place to be thinking about that. Kurosawa gathered himself together and pulled the trigger. The bullet that was shot from his rifle had the same firepower as a tank warhead. It flew straight at the humongous monster, destroying some B-18 monsters on its way there. Once again, Kurosawa confirmed that he hit his mark, but it did not seem to affect that monster at all. He checked again and lightly sighed because of a completely different reason. What is it? I'm busy right now, I have no time to take care of trivial stuff. Katsuya was standing not too far from Kurosawa with a stern face. He looked seriously at Kurosawa and said, I have a request. Nope. Kurosawa gave an instant reply without looking back at Katsuya. There was no space for negotiation. Katsuya was a bit surprised by that firm rejection. Lilina, who was next to Katsuya, suddenly butted in. Although she was stunned too, she forced herself to say something there to help Katsuya. We haven't even said anything yet. At least listen to what we have to say. Kurosawa looked obviously annoyed as he clicked his tongue, just like last time. He replied without looking at Katsuya and Lilina. I bet you want my help to retrieve your men that got left behind in that building, right? My answer is no. We have no reason nor obligation to help you. Why should I put my men in danger just in order to save your men? So no. I myself don't want to do it, and I'm sure my men don't want to do it too. We're here putting our life at risk for a chance to get money. We're basically here to exchange our life for money. We're only here for that request because we judge that the reward that we might get this time is worth using the power that we have worked hard to attain, the expenses of our consumables, and the risk of death that we'll face. We might be willing to do that for our comrades, but I don't see any reason to do that for free for another group that is hostile to us. Unlike Kurosawa's group that immediately left the Saranthal building without wasting a second, Katsuya's group, who saw Kurosawa's group leaving, thought that it was weird and did nothing else. After all, in their mind, Kurosawa's group had just wasted their hard work to secure the first floor. So they ended up withdrawing late from that building. Because of that, some of Katsuya's men did not make it and got left behind. It was unclear whether they were still alive or already dead. If they were to be optimistic, those hunters might have barricaded themselves somewhere, waiting to be saved. But if they were to be pessimistic, those hunters would be already annihilated by now. Katsuya prioritized more on the former. He could not bring himself to take the latter guess. Katsuya, Yamaina, and Lilina were about to try to negotiate with Kurosawa out of kindness, sense of virtue, and arrogance respectively. But Kurosawa, who was still shooting there, spoke first. Are you going to tell me that it's exactly because we're in this situation that we should be helping each other now? Don't make me laugh. It's true that helping each other is a good thing, but that is if we both have the capability and willingness to help each other. For the willingness side, well, I can understand your feelings, so I'm not really against negotiating with you, but it's a whole different story for the capability. I and my men think that you guys will only be dead weight to us. We don't think that you have the ability to help us, so it won't be helping out each other. It'll be us one-sidedly helping you. And if we do that, then it'll be out of our kindness. But I and my men don't have the leeway to act out of kindness at the moment. As in matter of fact, we're already helping you guys out by letting you guys use our portable walls. So you should be grateful for that. To be honest, Kurosawa only allowed Katsuya's men use his group's portable wall since otherwise, Katsuya would only have two choices. Either fully pull back his men, or lead them to a suicidal charge into the building. Both choices would lower the overall fighting strength of the hunters, and that would be disadvantageous for Kurosawa. Kurosawa was only letting Katsuya's men use his portable wall for his own profit. Katsuya tried to think of another solution out of his stubbornness, Yamaina tried to think of another solution using logical calculation, and Lilina tried to think of another solution out of desperation because of the sense of defeat that she felt there. Kurosawa continued. Are you telling me that you'll pay me then? But the answer is still no. When money is involved, it would be a formal request. I, as the commander of my men in this place, have no right to accept another request at the moment. If you insist, you should talk it out with those people in the hunter office who are negotiating on how they are going to form the main squad. It's useless to talk to me about that. That shut all of them up. They tried to think of anything that they could say there, but nothing came up. Kurosawa then continued. We're in no position and we have no reason to accept your request. If you get it now, then just shut up. You'll disrupt my concentration if you keep making noise here. You're basically bothering me by doing that, and if you keep bothering me, I'll have you removed first. After all, bothering the command here will expose the whole group to more danger. Just so you know, I have no qualms injuring you, so stop bothering me. Kurosawa did not even glance at Katsuya. But Katsuya and his friends obviously felt a sense of pressure and hostility emanating from Kurosawa. Katsuya, Yamaina, and Lilina could not think of anything to say in that situation. They just stood there in silence. Katsuya cursed his own weakness. Yamaina seemed immensely worried for her comrades that got left behind, and Lilina gritted her teeth in anger. Among them, Eri, who was silent and thinking up until now, suddenly spoke. In that case, I want you to take command of this group too. You can get all the credits while we're under your command. Then, I want you to finish our original goal of coming here, to secure the first floor of Swordsmanship building. Katsuya, Lilina, and Yamaina immediately turned to Eri. They looked completely shocked. Eri kept staring at Kurosawa with a serious expression. Kurosawa stopped shooting and looked at Eri. He looked both surprised and a little troubled while staring back at her, trying to read the meaning behind her words. Eri locked her gaze with Kurosawa's and continued. If you have the command of our group, it'll reduce the damage to your men. Your commanding skill should also be able to compensate for our weakness to some extent. I believe that this is a good deal for you with no money involved, so? Kurosawa thought for a bit before answering back. So basically we can push the dangerous roles to you to safely achieve our goal, and if we can secure the first floor of the Swordsmanship building, then you'll be able to rescue your friends, huh? That's indeed a suggestion worth thinking about, but it's not like we can accept it right away. Or more like, shouldn't convincing your leader come first? If you leave all the achievements to us, then why are you here in the first place? The one who will take the responsibility for that will be your leader, right? Or is it that your leader gave the full right to you? When Kurosawa asked that question, Eri sounded rather disappointed as she replied. No, I don't have such a right. I see. That wasn't a bad suggestion, but keep those things that I asked you in mind first before you make such a suggestion next time. Kurosawa only said that and ended the negotiation there. That was when Katsuya made his resolve and suddenly said, all right. You can claim all the achievements. I'll take full responsibility. So please save my men. It was as if Katsuya let out his real feeling there as he lowered his head. It was obvious that he was being really serious. The way Kurosawa looked at Katsuya changed from a mocking gaze to a respectful gaze for someone that he was negotiating with. He then started to think about that suggestion seriously. Katsuya waited with bated breath for Kurosawa's answer. Kurosawa had not said anything yet. He was still thinking with a serious expression. Kurosawa finally made his decision. He sounded as if he felt sorry about it as he said, as I thought, the answer is still no. Katsuya and the other hunters there understood that it was the decision that Kurosawa made after thinking seriously about it. Katsuya had a pained expression as he asked a question. Why is it still a no? Is it impossible to change your mind no matter what? I won't deny that it was a good offer. But it did not resolve the most important worry that I have, so as long as that worry is still there, I, as the one who will take the command of your men, can't take that offer. Eri asked. What worry? Even if I take command of your men, there's no guarantee that your men will listen to my orders. So, without that guarantee, that offer is basically off the table. Katsuya, who heard that, desperately begged. I'll make sure that they'll listen to your orders. I promise you that. Kurosawa shook his head and replied with an honest tone. It's not like I'm doubting you here, and I'm not saying that your men don't trust you or anything. I'm sure that you will follow my orders, and I'm sure that you're on good terms with your men and they trust you. But that doesn't guarantee that they'll follow my orders. Their trust and faith in you might even be the very reason why they wouldn't listen to my orders. I'm sure that some of them would not move on my orders and will only move on yours. In the first place, I doubt that they'll all definitely listen to your orders as well. After all, at the moment there is already someone from your team who entered an area that they should not. Am I right? Kurosawa glanced at Lil Ina, who immediately froze. Kurosawa returned his gaze back to Katsuya and continued. I bet there are others who disregard your orders too. Right? I can see that I'm right, huh? I bet they won't listen to my orders when they don't even listen to yours. That will be the end of this negotiation. I refuse your suggestion. It's nothing personal. I know you want to rescue your men. Honestly speaking, I feel the same too. But as the leader of my team, I can't afford to expose my men to needless danger. Well, we'll at least provide you with support fire if you want to try to make a run to that building. So, just tell us if you decide to do that. After he said that, Kurosawa left that place to check the other location. He then gave some orders to his men before aiming at the entrance of the Saranthal building again. Katsuya, Lil Ina, Yamaina, and Eri who were left there looked down dejected. Especially Lil Ina. She seemed to be the most dejected. She then asked with a voice that sounded as if she was about to cry. Was it my fault? It's at least not your fault alone. Eri's vague comforting words did not have much effect on her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elena told her team to stand by on guard while checking the current situation that they were in. It was so that none of them tried to shoot at the humongous monster, which might cause all the other B-18 monsters to shift their attention to Elena and her team. Someone was still sniping that big monster. Although it could not kill nor destroy it, it at least continued shaving the power of its force field armor. Elena was hoping that it would eventually destroy the monster. But as if to cut that hope short, the sniping suddenly stopped. It might be just a temporary pause, or the person sniping had already completely given up. Elena hoped that it was the former. But after some time, her face turned grim as she made her guess. It seems that they judged that it was ineffective and decided to completely stop, huh? Or maybe the situation outside got worse and they don't have the leeway to keep sniping. I hope that it's the former. Elena then gave an order to her men. Unfortunately, it seems that we can't rely on the squads outside to take care of this situation. That's why we have to try to kill that monster and get out of this place ourselves. We'll split the team into two, one to fight that monster and another one to cover the flank. Elena looked at Shirori and Kane. Shirori had a blade dangling on her hip and Kane had a fighting gauntlet on her fists. Both of them were equipped for close combat. If they specialized in close combat, it would be counter-effective to have them fight the big monster. They were also there as Reina's bodyguard in the first place. So, Elena thought that it would be better to have them assigned to the flank team. But Shirori suddenly spoke. I'll join the vanguard then. Elena was a bit surprised by that. Are you sure? Or more like, are you okay with that? Of course, no need to worry. Elena hesitated, but she decided to accept Shiori's offer. It seemed that even Reina's bodyguard would prioritize fighting that big monster, even if it meant that they would be separated from their target for protection. After all, it would be way safer if they could defeat that monster as fast as they could. Elena also thought that it might be because Shirori had an idea of how to defeat that big monster. Elena then said, all right, the flank team will be Shikarabi, Kane, Reina, and Togami. Shikarabi, I'll leave it to you. Shikarabi understood what Elena meant. Although his team had 4 people, it actually only had 3 people who could fight decently, or maybe even only 2 Shikarabi and Kane. Elena was basically saying that in the middle of fighting the monsters, he would need to keep one person safe no matter what, and he had to decide what to do about the other hunter that he had brought into the team. Roger that, let's go. Shikarabi then led his team to reposition themselves. Kane was about to follow Shikarabi when she noticed Reina was just standing there with a conflicted face, so she grabbed Reina's arm and took her along. Reina was looking worriedly at Shirori, who replied back with a smile that was saying that there was no need to worry. Togami also had a conflicted face as he followed Shikarabi. So just ignore the smaller monsters as long as they don't attack us. Focus your firepower on our main target. But I don't forbid you from attacking the smaller monsters here. And if you think that the situation is getting too dangerous, you can make your own decision. On the other side of where Elena and her team were, a stream of B-18 monsters was still flowing out from the building to the outside, passing next to the big monster. and it did not seem that it would stop anytime soon. Well, let's go then in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Elena, Sarah, Carol, Shirori, and Akira started shooting simultaneously with that signal. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In a big white space, Alpha and Saranthal were still talking to each other. Saranthal looked mildly annoyed as she said, "You asked me to let some visitors in, and this time you want me to take that back? You're always like that. Even the access to the information on the common floor is supposed to be a secret, you know? How far do you want to trample over my right before you're satisfied?" Alpha answered back with a rather neutral expression, but there was a strong pressure emanating from her neutral face. "I ask nothing more than what I need. If you won't accept this peaceful offer, then I have no other choice but to resort to the non-peaceful solution." Saranthal glared at Alpha, but Alpha's expression did not change at all while she was waiting for Saranthal's answer. After a short silence, Saranthal answered back with an obviously hostile tone. "I've removed the permission. You can go ahead and confirm it." Alpha smiled. "Yep, I just confirmed it. Thank you for your cooperation. If that's all, then leave and never come back. Personally speaking, I also hope I don't ever need to come here again." Alpha then vanished from that space. After that, Saranthal showed an expression that she would never show to a visitor and released a deafening roar until she felt satisfied. Akira was desperately shooting back at the monsters. He gathered his focus, compressed his time perception, peeked out from where he was hiding, aimed his rifle at the big monster, and basically just shot his A4WM rifle pretty much randomly. He then immediately returned back to hiding before the enemy fixed its aim on him. He prepared himself to meet death every time he peeked out, and when he found the monster was already aiming at him, he would flusteredly return back to hiding. He moved from one hiding spot to another while listening to the sound of countless bullets ricocheting around him, and the fear when he saw huge warheads mowing the location where he just hid not too long ago. Then from there he would start shooting again, rinse and repeat the cycle. If Akira did not have his time compression, he would not be able to confirm where the monsters were aiming and evade them on time. He might even get killed the moment he peeked out. He would not be able to do anything in that situation if he did not have that time compression. Good grief. I'm so glad I learned to compress my time perception. How long can I keep this up? Will I last until we can kill that monster? Every time Akira peeked out and shot, he could feel stress that almost crushed his heart and body. Both his brain and his body were begging for a rest, but he just ignored it, clenched his teeth, kept his focus, and pushed his body to keep moving nimbly with the help of his augmented suit. Although he was somehow able to fight in that situation because he forced himself that hard, it was only a matter of time before his mind or body would give out. The pulsing pain in his body and head was telling him that he did not have much time before that would happen. Akira crushed the growing fear inside him as he desperately continued fighting back the monsters. In the battle, the hunters actually had the upper hand. Not only was the main target stationary, it also had a huge body and easy target. As long as there was no sudden change in the situation, the hunters would not miss their shots. While on the other hand, the big monster had to divide its attention to multiple locations, so its firepower was significantly thinned out. Moreover, the other B-18 monsters just kept on moving outside the building even after the hunters started shooting. Thanks to that, the hunters could focus their firepower on the big monster alone. As the hunters there started to think that they would be able to win at this rate, they started to relax and lowered their guard. That was the moment when a sudden turn of events happened as if it was waiting for the hunters to lower their guards. Although Akira did not have as much leeway as the other hunters, he also started to unconsciously lower his guard and look down on that big monster. That caused him to start looking around his surroundings, which would have been a dangerous thing normally. When Akira looked around and saw the dead bodies scattered around him, he thought that he would join them if he was not careful, and that made him realize that he had lowered his guard. Akira smiled bitterly. As he was about to focus back on fighting the big monster, that was when, fortunately, he noticed the change as his gaze was still directed at the dead bodies. The dead bodies that he was looking at suddenly moved slightly. One of them aimed his rifle at Akira. Akira instantly predicted the trajectory line from its muzzle and evaded it by pure reaction. The dead hunter pulled the trigger and Akira was barely able to evade that shot. Akira was completely taken aback. He quickly aimed his A4WM at that dead body and was about to pull the trigger, but he immediately realized that it would also injure himself if he pulled the trigger there. So he stopped his finger from pulling the trigger. Instead, he quickly swapped his A4WM rifle with his A2D assault rifle and shot at that dead hunter. Bullets barraged that dead hunter, destroyed its limbs and blew its body away. But that short opening when Akira swapped his rifle gave enough time for that dead hunter to also shoot at Akira. Although it did not hit Akira's vitals, the impact and the pain from the hit threw Akira off balance. That short exchange with death caused Akira's brain to accelerate. In that slow-moving world, Akira immediately swallowed all the medicines that were already inside his mouth and pushed his body back up. Right when he was back standing, he noticed that the other dead hunters in the area already started moving on their own. When Akira was about to aim his rifle at the dead hunters that were carrying rifles, the dead hunters that were not carrying weapons immediately started running in his direction. Akira forced his body to move with the help of his augmented suit to evade it while enduring the pain that was rushing throughout his body. He prioritized shooting the dead hunters with rifles first. He sent a kick towards the head of a dead hunter that got too close to him and released a few shots at the other dead hunters at the same time. Akira was fighting back desperately, and was able to barely repel the attack of the dead hunters. His fighting skill that he had polished through countless training allowed Akira to barely survive that fight. Back then, Alpha helped Akira by indicating the dangerous locations with red marks. Akira was in a wide-open area, so he had no idea what made them dangerous. But right now, he was able to identify dangerous locations even if it was in a closed space. Although he no longer could see the trajectory prediction lines, he was able to quickly predict where the enemies were aiming. They might be nothing more than his imagination, but Akira let that sensation take over his body as he continued fighting back. But when he saw one of the dead hunters kept attacking him although it had lost its head, Akira finally realized something. I see, it's the augmented suit, huh? So just like me, someone else is controlling their augmented suit. Akira thought that the dead hunters would stop moving if he crushed their heads, but it seemed that he was too naive. Good grief, I guess everything is possible inside the old world ruin. Huh? So basically, still moving dead hunters are normal over here. Akira kept on fighting as he thought that the current situation really reminded him that the old world ruin was an amalgamation of things that were out of common sense. Rebuild World Chapter 132 Trump Card. Shikarabe's team in the flank was also attacked by the dead hunters, but unlike Akira who responded in panic, Shikarabe and Kane were able to calmly handle the situation just fine. It was not because they expected someone to control the dead hunters' augmented suits, it was more because of the difference in their ability to handle a sudden turn of events like that. After Shikarabe took care of the dead hunters around him, he went back to the hallway and shot down the dead hunters that might attack Elena's team. Shikarabe had already noticed that those dead hunters were moving around because someone took control of their augmented suit. He had a grim face as he mumbled, "Good grief, this is exactly why you shouldn't buy cheap augmented suits. What a huge pain in the neck." There were many augmented suits that could be accessed from the outside. It was to help it to work in tandem with other equipment like an aiming device so that the augmented suit could help stabilize the aiming. Depending on their users, some augmented suits could be set to be more open to external access. There were many different reasons why they did that. For example, it was so that the other hunters could control and use the dead body as a decoy. Some hunters forced the other hunters to use that kind of augmented suit to make use of the other hunters even when they were badly injured. Of course, normally it did not cause any trouble. After all, an augmented suit that could be easily accessed by anyone would not sell well in the market. That was why most of the augmented suits in the market were equipped with a safety function to protect them from unauthorized access. And as expected, the better the protection, the more expensive the augmented suit would be. While on the other hand, it was very rare for people to try to hack into someone's safety feature. So it was a rather delicate balance. Kenny lightly smiled and said, "Well, this is a huge surprise. How did they hack into the dead hunter's augmented suit? But well, this is an old-world ruin after all. In front of their eyes, our technology might be nothing but primitive. While on the other hand, these might be augmented suits that use their user's biological signature as a key, so their safety feature is significantly lowered down even when the users get killed. Well, I really can't say for sure. When Shikarabi saw Kene smiling happily, he looked back at her exasperatedly. A young girl in a maid outfit, equipment tailored for CQC, loved fighting, a total oddball. She was a rare kind of person even for Shikarabi. Although he had nothing to complain about her fighting strength, Shikarabi had no plans to associate too much with her if it can be helped. Kene loved fighting too much. Associating with someone like her would dull one's sense of danger. Only battle maniacs could get along with the other battle maniacs. If someone else tried to get along with them, he or she would get killed in no time, or at least that was what Shikarabi thought. Kene noticed that Shikarabi was looking at her, so she just smiled back and said, "Oh, did I just mesmerize you? Oh my, you're making me blush here. I love strong hunters too, you see. So you're more than welcome if you want to try to hit on me. Ah, but I'm a bit busy at the moment, so it would be great if you can save it for later." Shikarabi obviously had given up on trying to fix that misunderstanding. "Sorry, but even for me, I would choose who I want to hit on. I have no wish to try to hit on a battle maniac, especially when she's fighting monsters in close range in a maid outfit. This is just because I enjoy punching them directly more than shooting at them, you see. There are a lot of cases where I can't bring rifles with me during my job. You look pretty strong yourself. Want to do some light duels some other time?" Shikarabi's face twitched. He bet that Kene would not stop only with light duels. No thanks. That's just too bad. Kene honestly felt bummed by Shikarabi's answer. Togami and Reina were evacuated to a safe hallway. When the dead hunters started to move, Togami and Reina reacted late, thus forcing Shikarabi and Kene to help them. After that, they were escorted to a safe place and they were warned not to go out so as not to get in the way of the battle. Reina checked her surroundings and peeked out. Kene, who noticed that, immediately warned her. "Milady, get back, it's dangerous out here. If Milady gets injured, Ain-san would slice me, you know? Is this some kind of harassment? If it is, that's so cruel." Shikarabi shouted at Togami. "Togami, don't just stand there. Get her back in the hallway. It's your job in the first place to keep your eyes on your surroundings. And don't let her get out from there. I put you there to guard her, you know. Or is it that you don't know what's the meaning of guarding someone?" Togami grabbed Reina's shoulder and shoved her back. When Reina was pulled back, she could also feel that it was out of her patheticness. Thus, she instinctively glared at Togami. "Even I want to know what's going on outside too. You know?" Reina had a fierce look that she once had in the past, but the moment she saw Togami, her expression completely changed to a troubled face. Togami had a stern expression, but somewhere in his face, there was a trace of weakness. It was as if he was about to cry. He then asked Reina a question. "Am I really not good enough?" What do you mean by that? Am I really that bad to the point that my escort target would just ignore me to check the situation themselves? Am I really that useless?" Togami's expression was asking Reina to deny it. When Reina saw that, it reminded her of herself. Reina responded back with a whisper. "That's not it." "Is that so? Then please step back. During that surprise attack just now, we could not do anything at all. We let the other two hunters take care of everything. I'm your escort at the moment. Although I have no plans to die at the moment, it's my job to get killed first before you. So please at least let me do my job." Reina obediently walked behind Togami, who peeked out and checked the situation. "Sorry. It's fine, don't worry about it." Reina did not know if Togami was apologizing because he shoved her back too hard, or it was an apology for something else. But in the end, Reina did not ask him either. After that, Togami started to take his duty to protect Reina seriously. The vanguard team finally took care of all of the moving dead hunters. Akira got shot 2 more times, but he was still able to repel the surprise attack, while Elena, Sarah, Carol, and Shirori did not face any trouble at all. The only one who got injured in that surprise attack was Akira. Elena tried to confirm everyone's situation. Is everyone all right? Akira answered back while enduring the pain. I'm all right. Elena immediately replied with a worried tone. Akira, are you really all right? I'm okay. If there's anything, it's just that I set my augmented suit in battle mode so it's consuming more energy than usual. I'm not so sure if my energy reserve is okay. I'm sorry, but when I run out of energy, please let me withdraw temporarily to put in a new energy pack. When Akira knew that he would be going into a battle without Alpha's support, he set his augmented suit to battle mode. Thanks to that, it was able to absorb most of the impact from the bullets that hit his body, but in exchange it was actively using a lot of energy. It was only a matter of time before Akira ran out of energy and rendered useless in that battle. Elena then worriedly said to Akira, all right, there's no need to hold back. Just quickly retreat when things get too dangerous. How about the others? The other hunters told Elena that they were fine. Elena then said to the whole Vanguard team, I'm glad that everyone is okay. Well then, I have some bad news here. It seems that a part of the monster swarm started to move differently. It seems that they're avoiding us while trying to reach Shikarabe's team. If we don't take care of them, we might get attacked from both sides later. Or more like, we're already in that situation. Some of the B-18 monsters that were heading outside the building changed their aim to support the big monster. It was as if they changed their plans after confirming that the hunters survived that surprise attack. There's no need to hold back. Use everything you have. You can use any trump card that you still have hidden up your sleeves. I'll handle the negotiation later to make sure that you'll get compensated for that, even if those cost you a few million orums. Elena mixed a bit of a joke there before closing the communication. Akira smiled bitterly. His trump card was not with him at the moment. No, that's not right. A trump card is not something that you casually use all the time. Without Alpha's support, I only amount to this much. I'm just someone who is fully reliant on a borrowed power, on something that is only lent to me. When Akira thought so, he realized that his augmented suit, rifles, and even medicines were nothing but were given to him. He then lightly mocked himself for getting too conceited. When Akira was about to start shooting again, Carol and Shirori approached him. They started shooting at the big monster while asking Akira a question. Carol was the first one as she worriedly asked Akira, Akira, are you really okay? It seems that you're moving slower than usual though. I got shot, so it might have caused me to slow down. Carol tried to be careful not to change her expression. She had seen him get shot when he covered her, but back then it did not seem to have affected Akira's movements at all. So in short, he was lying and Carol knew that. Shirori pursued even further. To be honest, it seems that your movement was slowed down even before you got shot. Akira frowned. Both Shirori and Carol were keeping their eyes on him even before he got shot. Akira sighed and then replied with a serious face. I apologize if I'm slowing everyone down. Feel free to just abandon me. Carol did not stop shooting as she flusteredly said, it's not like I think you're taking it easy. I didn't mean that when I asked you that question. I was just worried since you didn't move like usual. Shirori also did not stop shooting as she tried to probe what might be behind Akira's words there. I'm not suspecting you for cutting corners, not at all. But I could not find any reasons that might cause your movement to worsen. Akira shot out a couple of grenades at the enemy before he hit again. Shirori was still staring at Akira as if she was waiting for an answer. It seemed that Akira finally gave up as he gave a mildly vague explanation. If I have to say something, it seems that I consumed too many medicines since we returned from the 30th floor. When I use the full power of my augmented suit, it puts my body in immense stress and I'm compensating that with medicines. But I feel like it's a bad idea to keep consuming medicines at this rate. The last time I overused medicines, I fainted for 3 full days out of exhaustion. I thought that it would be really bad if I faint in this situation, so I decided to reduce my medicine consumption. Akira was not lying, even if that was not fully convincing. It should at least be enough to hold back their suspicions. As Akira thought so, he glanced at Shirori and Carol. Carol and Shirori seemed to be somewhat convinced by that explanation, but it was not like they just accepted Akira's explanation as it was. They added extra guesses based on their experiences and knowledge on top of the new information that they just received from Akira. Carol unconsciously nodded lightly. Although he said that it's because of the medicines, I bet he's taking medicines with strength enhancers or something. Judging from the fact that he fainted for 3 days out of exhaustion, it should be a pretty strong drug. If his slowed movement is because of the kickback from that drug after it ran out of effect, then his reasoning does make sense. After all, the kickback of an accelerator drug is really not something so scoff at. Carol was definitely sure of half of her guess as she asked Akira a question. Akira, do you usually modify your time perception? I mean, like, when things around you run on slower time than they should. Akira was surprised by that question. Oh, you can tell. Carol smiled satisfied, thinking that she opened one of Akira's secrets. Well, pretty much this is a common knowledge for hunters, you see. Although, unlike what Carol guessed, Akira actually was controlling his time perception with his own power without help from a drug. He was surprised since he thought that Carol had guessed that out, while Carol thought that Akira was surprised since she was able to guess that he was using accelerator drugs. They misunderstood each other and no one there could point that out. Shiori then asked Akira with a serious look. Akira-sama, you said that you fainted out of exhaustion, right? Is this something that might kill you? Akira tilted his head. He thought that it was weird for Shiori to ask a question that had an obvious answer. No, but if I faint in this situation, I'm pretty sure that I'm dead. Which means that the exhaustion itself is not life-threatening, so the kickback from the drug is not that strong, and it would be fine as long as you can take a rest in a safe place for a few days after that, correct? Well, yeah, that's true. They were still shooting at the monsters while having that conversation. In that situation, they did not have the chance to just focus on their conversation. Carol immediately returned to hiding behind rubble after releasing some shots. She then glanced at Shiori. What is it? Are you telling him to use the accelerator until he faints since it's not life-threatening? Like he said, it's stupid to do something like that in this situation. And looking at the current Akira, it seems that the kickback is already at a pretty bad level. The reason why Akira was moving slower was simply because he was still inexperienced. But since it would be bad if he tried to explain the truth to both of them, Akira chose to not say anything. Shiori thought that Akira's silence was due to him getting annoyed. But even so, she made a request to him. Akira-sama, I know it's rude for me to ask this, but if you take extra medicines without worrying about the kickback, is it possible for you to stop that monster for at least 10 seconds? If it's possible, if you can give me 10 seconds, I guarantee that I will destroy that monster without fail. So please, will you consider taking extra medicines? Akira and Carol inadvertently turned at Shiori. They were completely surprised. Shiori kept staring at Akira, waiting for an answer. Carol, who just returned back to her senses, frowned and opposed that plan. Whoa, wait 10 seconds. If a single person gets the full attention of that monster for 10 seconds, it's more than enough to turn that person into minced meat, you know? You basically want him to get its attention off of you, right? Isn't that just impossible? Shiori did not reply back to Carol. She kept staring at Akira, waiting for his answer. Shiori thought that Akira had never shown his full power yet until now. That was why she thought that if it was Akira, he might be able to accomplish her impossible request. No matter whether he was using extra medicines or not, it was impossible for Akira to do what Shiori just asked him to do. Akira's own skill was nowhere near enough to do that. He was sure that he would definitely be turned into minced meat before 10 seconds even passed. There was no question about it. Right when Akira was thinking what he should say to refuse that request. I'm back, how is it? Do you miss me? Alpha suddenly appeared in Akira's views. Akira's face immediately turned stern. He was fighting back as much as he could from making a relieved face. Alpha was still smiling like usual when Akira replied back with a complaint. Yeah, I really missed you. To be honest, I really wish that you would have returned back sooner, so, can you do something about this situation? Alpha was smiling confidently as she said, just leave it to me. Akira regained his composure after he heard Alpha's reassuring reply. His mental state was freed from excessive anxiety as it returned back to its optimal state for fighting. His stern face relaxed for a bit and he started explaining to Alpha. I see. So, Shiori asked me to be a decoy and buy her 10 seconds though. If I can do that, it seems she will take care of that thing. Honestly speaking, I really want to get out from here as soon as possible, so 10 seconds, can we do it? As long as you have me, rather than being a decoy for 10 seconds, it's better to just kill it yourself though. Ask her to reduce the length. It's much more dangerous to keep its attention on you without killing it for an extended time without any good reason. Akira then asked Shiori, can you make it 5 seconds less? 5 seconds, huh? Oh. When Shiori asked for 10 seconds, she was expecting that Akira would try to make a compromise before eventually accepting her request, but 5 seconds was a lot to ask. 5 seconds. That might be the limit of how far Akira-sama could go. I guess it would be meaningless to ask more than that, huh? Shiori earnestly bowed to Akira. Very well, 5 seconds. I'll be counting on you, Akira-sama. Carol looked at Akira with a flabbergasted expression. Akira, are you being serious here? It's still really dangerous even if it's just for 5 seconds, you know? That 5 seconds is long enough to get yourself killed out there. Yeah, but as I said before, if this situation continues, my augmented suit will eventually run out of energy. If this will end the battle, I can at least do that much. Without my augmented suit, I'm the same as dead in this situation anyway. Seeing how Akira seemed to have suddenly regained his confidence, Carol found that rather suspicious, but she then smiled and said, all right then. I'll give you some support too, be careful. Yeah. Akira, Carol and Shiori repositioned themselves. Akira was hiding behind a pile of rubble away from Shiori and Carol. He had his CWH anti-material rifle in one hand and his A4WM automatic grenade launcher in the other. He was standing with his left leg on the ground and his right leg against the big rubble in front of him. That rubble was big enough to completely block Akira's view. But for the current Akira, that did not matter at all. He was still able to see the big monster behind that rubble just fine. Akira then said to Alpha, all right then, let's do this. This will put your body under immense stress. Are you sure you're ready? Yeah, if it's enough to kill that thing, I can give you my resolve as much as you want. It's my responsibility after all. Just like he said, Akira had a resolved look on his face. Alpha returned that resolved look with a happy smile. Akira needed to keep that big monster occupied for 5 seconds. In normal situations that was a very short span of time, but in the middle of a battlefield where bullets were flying all over the places and one might get killed out of the blue, 5 seconds was long. So in order to survive those 5 seconds, Akira gathered all of his focus and compressed his time perception as much as he could. Inside that distorted world where everything around him was running a beat slower than him, Alpha was the only one who was still moving around normally. Well then, let's start. With that signal from Alpha, Akira pushed the rubble in front of him with his right leg and made it fall forward toward the direction of the big monster. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to increase its output to its maximum, ignoring the stress that it put on its user. The big rubble fell over and slid on the floor with a very loud sound. Shiori jumped out from behind rubble and charged straight at the big monster. She placed her hand on her sheathed blade, ready to pull her blade anytime. Judging from the length of that blade, she should not be able to reach that big monster from that distance. Just like Akira, Shiori was running in compressed time perception. She was using her accelerator trump card. Shiori had studied Sikusi and swordsmanship. If she was fighting against an enemy with rifles inside a closed room, even if that enemy was using a machine gun, Shiori could close the distance in an instant. But leaving the smaller monsters aside, Shiori's blade was not even close to being big enough to take care of that huge monster. She herself knew that. Shiori had decided to use her other trump card other than her accelerator. The time that Akira bought for her was for Shiori to use her trump card. When Shiori saw Akira jump out from behind the rubble, she also jumped out from behind the rubble and started running towards the big monster. Inside that distorted world where Shiori could even trace floating sands, she thanked Akira for buying her time as he promised. This time she had to fulfill her part of the promise. She gathered her concentration and gripped the blade dangling on her hip. She held the handle with her right hand and sheath with her left hand. She focused on her blade and took a sword-drawing stance. Shiori gripped hard on her blade's handle, used all the strength of her augmented suit and pulled out her blade. On the next moment, a huge blade of light cleanly cut the huge monster into two. The other B-18 monsters around that big monster were also sliced with it. When that big blade of light hit the huge monster's force field armor, a blinding light flashed. That blinding flash of light came from the force field armor trying to convert any kinetic energy into light. It was the proof that the slice cut through the other force field armors that were still working. After cutting that monster horizontally, Shiori then cut that monster vertically. But she did not stop there, she kept flinging her sword, cutting the big monster and the B-18 monsters around it to smaller pieces. Akira was dumbfounded watching that scene of this monstrosity being sliced and diced by a gigantic sword of light. Suddenly, his left hand started moving on its own and shot multiple grenades from his A4WM automatic grenade launcher at the monster. It was Alpha controlling Akira's augmented suit. The huge monster was left vulnerable after being sliced by Shiori. Then to top it off, it was mowed by the grenades from Akira. It then finally stopped moving. The sword of light that extended out from Shiori's blade vanished, and the rest of the blade crumbled to dust. Shiori then sheathed her sword, of which only the handle was left, and breathed out. Akira returned back to himself and immediately aimed his rifles at the hallway where B-18 monsters might come out. He then asked Alpha about what just happened. Alpha, that one just now, is it that thing? Old world technology thingy just like the one that I used with that knife back in Kazusuhara Ruin? In a sense, yes, I believe that blade was created using the technology recovered from analyzing old world relics. Although the length of the blade and the sharpness is not that good, it's at least good enough for a single-use weapon. It is not that good. Back in the Kazusuhara Ruin, you were able to easily cut through pillars and walls, remember? Although it depends on the items, old world relics are way more amazing than that. I feel like you should not compare that with an old world relic though. Oh my, that's not true at all. In order for you to accomplish my request, you will have to get similar level of equipment, you know? If Alpha's statement was true, it sounded as if Akira should be able to easily find that level of equipment. He was once again reminded of how scary the old world ruins were. The other hunters watched what happened with wide eyes, but they quickly returned back to reality and started moving again. They returned to the hallway while making sure that their escape route was still safe, and waited for Shikarabe's team to come too. Togami and Reina quickly grouped back with Elena's team. Not too long after that, Shikarabe and Kane, who were holding the B-18 monsters back, finally grouped up with Elena's team too. Although the other hunters also saw that flash of light and had some questions about it, they just shelved it for now and prioritized more on escaping the building. After confirming that everyone was all right, they immediately headed to the building's entrance, hoping that the situation outside would be better than what they faced just now. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.